like map rewrite and stuff like that. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about like, does snow traumatize your dwarves? I mean, they don't like being caught in a snowstorm, but like there's different... This is like a misunderstanding of a mechanic, actually. There's different levels of negative thoughts. There's like the base level brown one, which is like bored or caught in the rain or caught in a snowstorm. That isn't traumatizing. Like it can upset them and it can change their internal thoughts, which could give them a bad personality trait, but it could also give them a good personality trait. A brown thought isn't traumatizing. The thoughts that can cause like trauma are the red ones. So like stuck in conflict, attacked by the dead, saw somebody die in front of them, that kind of thing. Rain isn't traumatizing, but it's a negative thought that they might mull over and remember that could change their personality. So like if a dwarf gets caught in a snowstorm once and they think about that a lot and it changes their personality, they might go from like brave in the face of imminent danger to fearful in the face of imminent danger. Like that could be a change that could happen there. Could it give them like some stress? Certainly. Is rain traumatizing? No. Is snow traumatizing? No. Not at all. But it could change their feeling about the way they feel about future events. So can snowstorms or snow in Dwarf Fortress change a dwarf's personality? Yes. Will it traumatize them? Categorically no. Same with rain. There used to be a meme of like getting rained on once will ruin a dwarf's life because the stress system worked quite a bit differently back in version 44, but in version 47.01 there was a change where like reoccurring thoughts aren't inherently negative and will stop after they finish mulling over their thought. I made a bunch of surface forts around the time that patch came out to prove to people that rain was like no longer a like life-ending stress event like it was for I don't know, about 3 years in game. And that's been the case since. Like rain and snow are not a negative necessarily. They're the equivalent of being bored, which could also change their thoughts. It could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, sure. 1 in 200 dwarves, maybe. But, like, if a dwarf gets rained on and that's a negative enough thought to drive them insane... Oopsies. It's not the rain that did it. It's the 55 dead cats in your hallway. Clean up the dead cats, damn it. You know, it's the fact they saw their mother die while their mother was carrying them around when they were a child. You know? Like, that's the issue. Not the rain. It's not helping, but, like, they had to get to that point another way. And if they got rained on every day for their entire life, that alone wouldn't push them to that point. Outside of some extreme circumstances. There's a lot of straw already. Well, maybe not straw, but definitely a few elephants. For me, it's usually like cavies or like a tooth that got left in a hallway from something that I didn't see because it's underneath something else. Like, there's just like 15 teeth underneath a shirt in the hallway that's all forbidden because it got forbidden at some point and I forgot about it. And then it turns out that those teeth all belonged to somebody's pet dog and they've just been there for like 10 years. And then like, that's why everybody's so upset. Although the reason everybody's upset in this fort is because we invaded hell. It's a very strong camel. I always wonder about the donkeys that the elves bring into the fort that have like 2 elephants on their backs. So before I do anything, just let me unforbid these. And then re-enable them. Let some other dwarves take over. So, this chat room is my tavern. Welcome to hell, ladies and dwarfs. Welcome to hell. So speaking of this this vibey tavern, my goal for this fortress is I want to get some sort of water feature into Hell. I'm kind of beginning the early structures of this. We're going to drain. If you don't know what's going on, that's okay. I'll explain. Don't worry. We're going to drain water from the bottom cavern layer into Hell, and I'm going to build a water supply, power source, and water feature in Hell. Weren't you here yesterday, Big Bang? I guess maybe not for very long. This is the surface. It is covered in mean animals that want to eat us. I've been periodically catching some of them in here. This isn't really the entrance. This over here is the entrance, which I can flood with a single lever pull with the entirety of the ocean, which is why there's mud everywhere. And this goes down into here this way and can be entered here. Somebody broke a drawbridge there. That is the way down into the caverns. This is where the majority of the fortress is right now, on layer -15. But I'm going to start moving stuff down to Hell through here, which is on layer -92. I mean, that is what the roadmap said. That was released not too long ago, right? Right? Like if I go grab it, like what's next thingy right here, which was posted on the 18th, does state where was it? Cross-mode play, post-siege improvements. We'll get started on some map rewrites and additions that will get us prepared for a more magical and procedural future. Like that. That's going to change the world gen. So, I would hope so. That'd be nice. What do you do here? Yep. Hell is an 80s office space. It's a liminal space, you know? Like, what do you do here? I don't know. I mean, my dwarves live here now. Well, my tavern's here. I built a tavern. There are demons that will wander in and out of the map periodically. Like these underworld embers demons down here. These things are made of ash. They're essentially little monsters now. I mean, we did fend off, like, 200 or so demons during the initial Hell incursion. But what do you do down here? Well, there's easy access to adamantine. So we live here right now, and we mined in through here. There's another adamantine tunnel right here, and another adamantine tunnel right here. As you can see, these are raw adamantine walls that go up through this way. And I can just dig up and out of those. Then the other one is over here. So, granted, while I'm digging through them, if you look, there's, like, going to be a lot of lava and stuff that's going to come out. But if I build into these correctly, or in a somewhat smart-ish way, I should be able to mine out quite a lot of adamantine quite easily. So, that's what you do here, is you mine out adamantine. Who's on fire? Nobody? If you mean what's on fire, I think you're talking about the rough yellow diamonds that are right there, or the clear rough diamonds that are right there. It's just acres of gray and then some funky dwarves popped up a tavern somewhere. It's an Adam Sandler movie there somewhere. Yeah, true. I don't have strict timers, but about a minute for a legendary dwarf with an adamantine pick to mine through a tile. It's too slow in my opinion, but like if it bugs you, you can change the difficulty back to basically what it was before. And that's not hard to do. It's just grab a singular, like, what's it called? It's just, like, go to the difficulty and, like, just change it ever so slightly. So my plan for today, hopefully you're here for it, chat, is move stuff down here into the underworld and build a semi-functional social fortress down in here. Move guild halls, some of my crafting, that sort of stuff down here, and operate the fort as a hell fort. Oh, I'm talking about at 60 FPS. So, quite a bit of time. Zafik Megalodon. In Dwarf Fortress, which one's better? They're virtually the same. Turkeys give leather, though. They're talking about ducks versus chickens. As in, like, which one's better. I think it's just a different flavor of burb. So there are a lot of deaths happening. And we also had a major issue that happened right at the very end of yesterday, which, before I do literally anything else, I need to solve. I had a dwarf tantrum and get cursed in a tavern. And the result is, I have a dwarf that got bit. So, that's something that we need to sort out. Is this dwarf. I think it was just the one. If I look at this, the dwarf that got bit was one of my doctors. So I need a new doctor. That's the first thing. But essentially, this is my current hospital setup. And we need to get these dwarves tended to. This dwarf, I'm not entirely sure. Were turtle. Tortoise? Tortoise. So dwarf got tantrumed right before the full moon and became a were turtle. So what I think I'm going to do, if they can get to it quickly, is build around this ASAP. ASAP. And we'll figure out what we're going to do with him later. You like turtles? Not that one. Maybe other turtles. Rakust. Oh no, Solon right here was the dwarf that became a were-tortoise. As far as named dwarves in the fort go, we got Hammerhead Flicker. We got Freeways and Mariah Harry. Laya and Salicon, as well as Cucumber, Elray 7, Oscar, Mac, Tackler, Gigmoth, Aegis, 409, Ilmiran's Dwarf, Truth Hunter, or whatever they named them. 3 Shells, Pun Intentional, Attila the Dun, Nortram, Thief, the dwarf who stole another dwarf, Wretched, Alf, Ghosty, Moreb, Riddle, Enemy, Shrubbert, Blue Ice, Frosty Noodle, Judge, the mayor, who's been the mayor for some time, Rangur, Christopher, Iffy Spiffy, Elfie Bean, Tarn, bunch of peasants, Sky Smeller, Puddle, Onion, Letteran, and Sisquo, and Dwarf Bulls. I'm not entirely sure, JJ. I think you did, yeah. Yeah, you did. Certainly not sure how you died. But, yeah, so we did have some dwarves keel over here and not make it, which was a bit of a shame. Batome died after the invasion of the scary tortoise. And now we get to see if we've done this effectively. We also lost Rovod down there. And I need to go over here and assign some more tombs. Because we most certainly need some more. Sky Smeller was found dead. Ah, good stuff. Seems that my tavern is working as intended. Not my tavern, my prison is working as intended. This is a dwarf that needs to go. So I may actually just lock them in here. Yeah, I'm gonna lock all these in here. We're just going to kill these dwarves. We're kind of becoming the bad guys. Like, if your mood is bad enough that you're gonna kill somebody in the prison, you can cease being a dwarf. At this point. And I'm going to throw some more flooring down here. And get some more coffins into my crypt. Because we're trying to build a fortress in hell. And that won't build itself. It's not like their souls have far to go. That's true. That's true. We've already fully explored all of hell, so there isn't too much to explore. Big Bang. And in a 1v1 fight, I don't think that most of the dwarves would actually lose the fight against the demons. I mean, turkeys are the most versatile, or one of the most useful / versatile creatures next to pigs, in my opinion, because pigs are milkable and provide leather and a lot of fat for soap. Turkeys lay eggs and provide leather and fat for soap, as well as bones and meat. Cotton Eye Joe for a bearded dwarf. Okay. Why I needed to name a dwarf Cotton Eye Joe? Don't ask me. Ask Hand of Fate chat. The poor dwarf who has taken the name Cotton Eye Joe is a bold flatterer and extremely friendly, but just a little bit insufferable, like the song. And he lives an orderly life, organized and neat. Unlike the song. Has a low sense of self-esteem, dislikes abstract discussions, would much rather focus on practical examples, dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is quite polite and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He can handle stress and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He often feels envious of others and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, that's pretty funny, actually. Red Octobear, thank you very much for the 24th month. Welcome back. Once you've defeated the initial wave of entities in Hell, Arlives, they're just like any other, like, surface creature. I don't think it's affected by, like, agitation. They are very aggressive, so they'll just attack if you're near them. But they're just like, it's just like the surface. So they will periodically enter in groups of like 3 to 10, depending on the map's population. You can do whatever you think that you are allowed to do with the commands that you have access to. If you are asking me, can I do a thing? Then you probably know the answer already. So if you want to use a command to gift a thing to a person, do it. But don't ask me. You have the command. Use it as you feel. Disco Dwarf Dork, what up, dude? It has been a minute. You like the facial hair? Yeah. I don't mind it. I don't know if I like it, though. I still haven't decided. It's been like a month and a bit. Still haven't decided. So there's somebody outside with a Bluetooth speaker, for all intents and purposes, just playing sounds of a loud crowd of people cheering. I think it might be like a sports game or something. My window's cracked open, so I have some fresh air, so I can hear what's going on at the bus stop pretty clearly. And there's this very loud, tinny, like crowd cheering sound. Lord JJ, what kind of dwarf do you want? I'm being informed I have to give you one. He personally does not care about family one way or another, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Dreams of crafting a master quirk, some do. Like Sylvite and Laputer, as well as Yellow Diamond and statues, and enormous corkscrews. Ducks for their quacks, and beetle men for their protective shells, and when possible prefers to consume black bear, 2-grain wheat beer, and one-humped camel's milk, and cacao beans, and muskmelons, and absolutely hates hamsters. Are you using, like, Steam streaming, Buck Mama? Like, what are you using to play it on your phone? His dry hair is extremely long and he's short and fat. No beard military. Da 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 da. Okay, there you go. You are now a Marksdorf. That was not intended to hit the screenshot button, but I hit it. I hit F12 instead of backspace. She is grounded in reality and almost never feels discouraged. Doesn't seek out excitement and tends to be passive in discussion. She's slow to trust others and tends to think before acting. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She likes to take things easy and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Winlate. Oh, interesting. Huh. I have no idea how any of that works. How's the touchscreen? I assume you're playing the current versions, yeah? I know some people who play Steam Dwarf for it through like Moonlight and stuff on their phones, or like Steam Link is the other one. Personally finds an acquisition of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't care about friendship, and does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes dolomite and rose gold, as well as green tourmaline and olm leather, and the color burnt umber, warhammers and earrings, and the words of the musical lark, and the sound of the drum of trumpets, and when possible prefers to consume quinoa beer, and absolutely hates mussels. Interesting. Yeah, there's always like a very... It's been a while since I've used any software like that, so I'm sure it's changed or improved, but like, it's always been like a bit of an oddity. There you go. Welcome back, Disco. It's always been a bit of an oddity to like figure out the difference in your head between like a touchscreen interface and a virtual mouse interface. You know what I mean? Like a virtual mouse always is like a little bit less responsive because like you have to like move the mouse to a place and then click instead of like just tap a thing. You know what I mean? Like it's like a two-step process instead of a one-step. Anyway, it's probably better than the last time I used anything like that. The last time I used an interface like that, it was kind of cumbersome, but she has a broad body, made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. She has no kills. She has a pet guinea cock, and really wants to do some crafting amongst other things, and is afraid after experiencing trauma. Welcome to the fort, JJ. It's moved then click. Okay, so that's still similar then. Gotcha. Not ideal, but when you're given the option to play a game like this on a mobile device, that's pretty cool. It's an easy thing to make some sacrifices for, I think. Just trying to get as many of these coffins constructed in here as possible. And auspicious solstice to YouTube chat as well, Cesardes. It's good to see you. The verbiage in Dwarf Fortress, because YouTube chat mentioned it, is very Zach's writing coded. Yeah. You tried CDDA on mobile, the controls were eclectic. I think the last, like, this is definitely not, like, a PC, or definitely not a PC and definitely not a mobile interface game that I tried was Open Transport Tycoon on phones. That was something. That sounds like a really good way to never have any battery charge on that tablet, but there was somebody who did that with like a tiny little all-in-one PC setup thing with like a built-in, I think it was like a 16-inch like LED flat screen. A while ago on the subreddit, Dwarf AI, like, which is just like a series of automated scripts for DFHack that just like automate the jobs and automate construction of things. You'll have a lot more luck with older versions, because I don't know how built out they are now, but I mean, I have this joke, Black Mama, when it comes to like UI that doesn't scale very well, which is this UI is designed for ants, and that's how I felt trying to play Transport Tycoon on a phone. I mean, it worked. I was able to do it, but I think like since then I've just kind of decided that I have no interest in playing games on a phone and would rather just not play games than play games on a phone. And obviously, like, you know, it's not going to work for everybody. Not everybody's going to want to do that, but some people are just going to want to play games on the phone, especially if that's like just the device that you have access to, which, like, I get it. But okay, good to know that I have tombs. I really hope that this dwarf is going to be okay. Let's also check prisons. We're good. Hold up. Gonna peek outside because something sounds like it's going down out there. Somebody's fighting on Boxing Day.
Over here, he has a sword!
I maintain the most interesting part about living in a city near a road is just being able to peek outside whenever. What the fuck's going on outside? Everybody look what's going down. Disco Dwarf. That's why they call it Boxing Day, yeah. I always thought it was boxing up the holiday decorations, not boxing verbally with your spouse, but I don't know, there's just some lady walking up the streets shouting, "You're so dead! You're so fucking dead! I'm gonna beat the shit out of you! You're so fucking dead! When I get home, you're so fucking dead!" I'm just like, what the heck? Okay, hopefully you're having an alright holiday. Stay classy. So these are all these waters, little water driblets, these are dead demons. Well, those were demons at one point. They're dead now. This was what we used to get into hell. Day after Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring except for mom and dad who were screaming. Yeah, I don't know. It's just called living in a city. Holidays just increase stress for some people, so. I want to bring water from here down into here. I'm gonna go through this side over here. So I've got a few spots still where I need to basically let lava in. So if I dig through this, that'll let this out, which is a start. I want to get the rest of this adamantine out. And probably pretty soon as well, start invading the goblins. So that's kind of where we're at with this fort. Any questions? We spent all of Christmas Eve running around colored covered in paint and dirt, furiously cleaning the home. I'm presuming that's because you're cleaning, right? Why were you covered in paint, though? Did you, like, repaint your house for the holiday? That seems excessive. Like, I respect it, but... I did once literally build a labyrinth, YouTube chat, and then put a minotaur in it, so... I have done that, actually. You made paintings for all your relatives and friends. Oh, that's cool. Okay, in my mind, I was like, why are you like really stressed about your place looking not good? So you were like painting the walls? That's where my head went. But okay, good to know that that's like not what you were doing, because that would have been like the most my condolences I've heard ever. My aunt gave me a one of her paintings for Christmas last year, and it was one of the nicest gifts she's ever given me. So. Oh, something my dad helped me do, which I actually posted on Discord. So I'll share this. This is something my dad helped me with. I've owned this cassette holder for a long time, and I varnished it a couple years ago. Like, I finished it, and my dad helped me bolt it to the wall. So he brought over his level, and we bolted that to the wall last night. Up until now, it's just been leaned against this shelf down here. But now it's bolted to the wall. Studio? That's my living, or audio. Yeah, that's my living. I read that as studio, not audio. But no, that's just my living room. But yeah. Ironically, this thing, I bought it on Etsy, and it came with not one but 2 copies of the Bible. One was in free PDF format, and then the other one was in free audiobook format. It shipped from Kentucky, and, like, definitely came from a Bible supply shop, which I didn't realize until it arrived. So that. Shoutouts to church supply stores online for being the only people still making cassette holders. Also, this is gonna be bad. I need to go here. Not there. And also there. But at least that's been dug out, so that's good. And you over here, let's dig through this. Ilmirin, the armorer, has bled to death. Ah, it's full moon. I was worried about this. What happened? Did somebody tantrum? Okay, so we do in fact have a were-tortoise infestation. Apparently Ilmirin got bit. So the question is... did you bite anybody? Because this was the militia captain. Bites the pump operator. Pump operator again latches on firmly. Okay, so whoever this pump operator is, they've been bit up pretty bad. I may have to just seal off the hospital, I think. The armorer? Okay, hold up. You've been bit. Yep, this dwarf's gonna turn. Bites the swords dwarf. Are you a swords dwarf? No, you're a were-tortoise. Yeah, this dwarf. Like, this dwarf was bit a bunch. You're fine. You're fine. So, so the one who turned into a were-tortoise is already dead. It's the skeleton here. But the attributes of the animal that they turn into don't really impede them. So very fast is how fast he can move. He just has a shell, which would be usable as defense. Basically, he has a shield on his back. But if they are bit, then they make other people turn. And that is really bad. So what I think I'm going to do is simply just expel the ones that have been bit. Or what I could do is I could try and isolate them. Because you've been bit. So the reason this is happening as an infestation is I had a dwarf get cursed, which means they tantrumed and then punched a statue. And the reason that's an issue is because it's not like, you know, when one shows up on your map, they wander into your map, and then you have to deal with it. In this situation, one shows up in your map, and they're already in the middle of your fortress. Which is what happened. And they turned the next full moon, which was very shortly after the fighting started. Or very shortly after the statue was toppled. So we only had I only had like 3 days or something to deal with it. And it almost immediately erupted in... Yeah, this dwarf's been infected too. It almost immediately erupted in my hospital. So I'm going to have to isolate and lock down the dwarves that are caught in this. So let's go to the hospital real quick. And see who shows up here. You're going to go clean yourself, but you should be fine. This is the one that's left. So you've been bit. I'm going to build a wall around you. Do they suspect burrows when not... So you're asking a question. What you're actually asking, Femjess, is, does a dwarf respect burrows? Yes, assuming there isn't a life-threatening circumstance that causes them to disrespect it. So, are they starving to death? Yes, they will disrespect burrow. Are they getting attacked? They will disrespect the burrow. Are they told to go stand in a burrow? Yes, they will respect the burrow until they get hungry, and then they will go find food. Will they respect it when they're in were-creature form? Fuck no. They're not even in your faction when they're in were-creature form. They show up in the other screen. They're perfectly normal dwarves when they're not in were form. When they're in were form, they will kill anything that moves. Okay, you. How conveniently walled in there. Yeah, well, it's going to take a little bit. Got to do what you got to do. Yeah, ask what happened to the dead dwarf in the cell with the soldier dwarf. Those dwarves were all in prison for tantruming, and they're killing each other in prison, and oh well. When the soldier dwarf starves to death, I will release their bodies and put them into tombs. Forgotten beast has arrived. It has webs. Where is it? I think that can get into the fort right now. Let's see. Yep. Yes, it can. Let's deal with that as best we can. And you are up and moving, so you can just get expelled. We'll deal with you later. Not you. Also, you need to know that there are currently a bunch of underworld brutes on the map, which are over here, which could just work their way into the fortress whenever. Hopefully they don't. This is named Esunggunspundek, and it's a gigantic skinless alligator with webs. The moist seals. Checks out. It's a large rat. Get killed. Which was notable, which is wild. It also killed a giant cave spider, which is kind of funny. An armor has been found dead. That's probably for the best. Ah. I was like, that could happen at any time. Bunch of dwarves are dying down in hell, which is fine. We'll deal with it as we can. That's just going to keep happening, so there's nothing I can do about it at the moment. But it appears that my soldiers have made it down there. And Elray stabbed the white brute in the body with their spear, and the severed parts sailed off in an arc, which is good. So that's definitely one down. They're not super strong, thankfully. No, is my response, JJ. That isn't a gifting command, so I'm just going to refund that. Like, I like what you're saying, but no. If somebody wants a dwarf, they can redeem it themselves. Like, at this point, like, it's available. Anybody can grab it if they want it. So if somebody wants it, they can grab it. Unless you have somebody very specific that you would like to name, in which case, give me somebody specific. We are going to lose dwarves here. But the dwarves were able to get behind the web spitting. We seem to have lost at least one, maybe two militia commanders. It appears that the beast has fallen. So I can now just get these dwarves back to their normal daily tasks. We can assign a new captain to that squad. Actually, I think Zeph1's... Yes, not you. So let's throw in somebody else then. English, you can now run this squad, who's down here already. And the dwarves get back to work. More like a dead shooter, am I right, FemJess? How's Hell's Kitchen coming along? Unfortunately, your dwarf passed away at the end of the last stream, but pretty good. Here comes another one. And it immediately kills two dwarves. Three dwarves, actually. Rag the Wrestler's here, and it seems the demon flew apart as quickly as Rag the Wrestler stabbed it, I think. Yep. Okay. Ironically, the moods have improved quite considerably. Round of beers to those dwarves still living. But yeah, in future, JJ, if you want me to name somebody for you, and you want to do it for them, have a specific name in mind. If you just say name somebody random, I'd just refund and say no. Because then there's absolutely no point to the entire exercise. Save the game? I mean, it's going to save in 4 days, so if you want to see the save animation twice, I suppose I can. I'm not going to jump back if that's what you're concerned about, so don't be. A were-king just seems like a lost king and somebody's just bad at English and doesn't know how to ask where the king went. Alright, so the bolt throwers are doing work out here, it seems like. Because this dwarf just killed one. Silver bolt flying strikes it. How many kills are you up to? Just one? Not bad. I mean, it did kill a dwarf, but... Attila the Dun has been taken out. Mariah Harry as well. Thank Christ. I mean, Armok. Save well, save often? I don't know. I mean, there was a few versions of the game where, like, the game was crashing a lot, but, like, I do have seasonal autosaves, so even, like, when I do get a crash, the most I'm gonna lose is, like, maybe an hour. So it's not too big of a deal, but it is going to save on the last day of the month currently, so. But yeah, that's why we have this straight-up crypt getting built out, is because of, you know, the fact that we are in hell, so it is kind of a high risk for it at the moment, but just can't get complacent. By a giant bolt? Oh, they're just getting caught in cage traps. I mean, if I actually go here and just type in cage, these are all the things that we have in cage traps, so I'm just periodically going up there and butchering a few of them and then ignoring them, mostly. So if I go here and I just type in cage. Oh, don't have anything in cages at the moment that I can butcher, but we're just periodically butchering whatever ends up in the fort. So, see, now it's saving. Because we've hit autumn, which means the dwarves are probably about to trade. We'll miss the wagons because they don't have access to a wider entryway at the mo, but is what it is. Nothing has changed. Big bang. But like, if you want to try a command, just try the command. I haven't changed your perks at all. So if you are tier 2, you should be able to use it. It does still have the cooldown it's always had. Romanoid, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing today? Are you still alive? Frosty Noodle is still alive. At least as of 2 minutes ago. Well, maybe 20 minutes ago. They will if, like, it's more than 1Z level high and they can fly over them. So if they can fly over them, yeah, they'll fly over them. But if they can't fly over them, they won't fly over them. So, in theory, Kias could avoid them by flying over them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will. Okay, so this is right here is going to be where we're going to pump water in. And I'm thinking like right about there is where I'm going to do it from. So let's go here. And build a pump. Might as well use the artifact stuff because I have it. Although, don't take anything that I say about traps too literally at the moment, because some pretty large changes to traps are supposedly coming soon, TM. When? I don't know. What will they entail exactly? We don't know yet. But Tarn wants to change cages. What am I naming? Sure, but like, what Dwarf like you want? You like want? Big Bang. Cloudy purplish stuff on level 92. Those are the like weird eerie pits that exist in the hell layers that can't be destroyed and just unexist anything that fall on them. Because we've dug down into the underworld, which is the secret final layer. Okay, I'm just going to get the military training right here again. Because I've clearly lost too many soldiers in the last 20 minutes or so. Okay. And then that is smoking because there's burning gems right there. The mod you're playing with has a bit of... Wait, hold on. Fought off your first proper siege and with bolt throwers, indeed go burr. Yep. You made 950 bolts with one bar. Yeah, that does seem kind of, like, nuts, actually. Just in a value sense. So I'm going to go all the way around this. There is a dwarf stuck right there. That needs to get drained out. Down to here. But that will also cause some problems for this down here, so let's let these get built first. Before I drain all this out, because, like... Well, actually, I could go from up here. And just let it flow that way. Straight down through the middle here. But that'll set those extra gems on fire, most likely. So all this is going to come down, just like that. So far, so fine. And now this is available, this pike. So let me just go up to here, to my kind of messy tavern. And let's put that pike over here. That's down there. What's the lore behind my name? My right eye doesn't work at all, my left eye barely works. It started off as self-deprecating humor back when I used to play first-person shooters, and at this point it's just kind of stuck. So I'm severely visually impaired, and the name's stuck. That's the lore behind my name. Let's get all this stuff out. I'm just gonna go right here. And we have this dump zone right there. So the stuff's just gonna be thrown into hell, essentially. Same with this. It turns out dwarves don't like seeing demons' dead bodies. Or dwarves' dead bodies. Sure, certainly demons are worse, though. Or aren't worse, though. Dwarves are worse. It's like the last thing a dwarf wants to see is a dead dwarf. Demons are kind of a, eh, oh well. Oh, too bad, so sad. Ice Blue's right, yeah. Last night you were playing a fort with a single fire imp and managed to go from the bottom of the map to where, we got more were creatures, by the way. Bit has been struck down. Oh, did I have another one? Did you not? Oh, boy. Okay, so you didn't take any damage. Bruising the fat. You should be fine. How about you? You're fine. How about you? You're fine. The cat. Scratch the were creature. That's funny. Medtob has been struck down. Are you bit? Tavern Keeper? Yep. How about you? Okay. Tavern Keeper. I don't want to expel Tarn, but I'm going to expel Tarn. So you should just leave. You've been bit. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to seal off the hospital. And I'm going to not unassign my doctors, but I'm going to delete the hospital right before this is done. Because otherwise, this is just going to end with this fort slowly getting taken over. I need to know exactly who's infected, and then get rid of those who are.
Is that Donatello?
I don't think so. I don't think these dwarves are teenagers. A caravan has arrived. Well, that's good. There's a bit of an infestation happening, but, you know. All right, Elfie. Let's get that done. That done. Let's get rid of this hospital. Okay, so you expel. You. Expel. You. Don't need to be expelled. You've already been expelled. Okay. You are in the military. Just delete this squad. I mean, I've definitely done the firing squad thing before. Actually, I might just do the firing squad thing. Which would just be fortify all of this. And then stationing a squad right here right before the next full moon. Does anybody know when the full moon in the second month of autumn is? Because if you do, and then I don't need to look it up on the wiki. But the idea here is that'll be the day that I fortify, or that I station my military here. Where beast infections happen outside of your fortress, yes. They will spread outside your fortress, so expelling them will just make things worse. That's how they happen in World Gen, is outside of your fort. If nothing else, though, this is keeping this fortress interesting. It's the 8th of Timber? Okay, so pretty soon. Well, the good news is, while that's happening, I can go here and do a little bit of trading. Oh, also, something else that happened yesterday was this fortress moved into the Age of Legends, which is kind of nifty. So this world is in the Age of Legends, which means the world is like getting depopulated due to a lot of the powers that were created at the beginning of time dying out. I'll use monsters to train the military. No, I'm using the military to execute the monsters. Killing a single were creature with a bolt is not really training. It's more of dealing with a problem with the military. So when they turn, they're not part of my faction, and the dwarves will just kill them. Hopefully saving the non-infected ones from there. Limestone currently 22nd. Gotta keep an eye on it for next month. But yeah, the reason this werebeast infection has even gotten going is because it started right... It started almost right after that dwarf was turned, because that dwarf tantrumed and toppled a pedestal in my temple, because in order for them to start, they just need to topple something in your temple. And they toppled a pedestal, and that is more than enough to get cursed. And it was just a couple days before the full moon, so I didn't really have time to do anything with them. They just turned almost immediately, which is maybe the worst case scenario. Which, ironically, that was the first were creature I'd seen in this fort, and, like, maybe an hour before that I was talking about how, in order for this fort to get, like, were creatures in it, I would probably need to make one myself. And then, like, a couple minutes later, bang, we had a were creature. I was like, well, okay. Great. Homegrown curses? Yep. Well, let's just hope that these were creatures haven't gone to the school of the Matrix. YouTube chat. I don't think they'll be dodging much. Ah. I can also open these up. Now I just need Psi Omegas to die. Oh, I should probably just forbid the food. Speed things up a bit. That's grim. But at least we got the adamantine weapons back. Oscar apparently committed a crime. I'm not sure what it was, but we'll convict him of it. Freeways is currently engraving a memorial to Rin. We just invented were-tortoises? We didn't, the god did. The dwarf disrespected the god, and then the were-tortoise was like, how's about you like this, bitch? And that's about how that went. Need you to come trade here, dwarf. So I would say that we more like discovered were-tortoises. I don't think we invented them. But yeah, whatever wording you want to use, feel free to use it. If you want to say we invented them, I wouldn't take that credit personally, but could be a blessing depending on the god. No, you don't get blessings in fort mode. Only curses. That would be cool though. In adventure mode, it could be a blessing. Yeah, no, the two curses that you can get in fort mode right now are you become a were creature. And then the other one is you become a vampire. I maintain that the most memorable vampire creation I ever had was I had a dwarf that went insane. Like, they were literally just like... It was a lesbian couple of dwarves, so it was two ladies that were married. And they arrived married. And one of them just got really depressed and just, like, tantrumed after, like, being oblivious for a while. In the temple and destroyed an altar and got cursed and became a vampire. And then literally just like sat there and started meditating and refused to move. So I built a wall around them and then made the other dwarf that temple's priest. So they just like hung out in the temple forever and it was kind of sad. But she actually stopped being depressed once she became a vampire. If you catch lycanthropy in adventure mode, then once a month for a day you become a were creature. And you get a bunch of power boosts and stuff. Was it a glass wall? No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I may have put windows in it. I'll be honest with you, this was over 2 years ago, so this was around Fortress Mode launch on Steam. This was quite some time ago, so I can't actually remember what we did. It either had fortifications or windows or something. Would be hilarious, but also I don't think would be all that much fun. Femjess? Because I think in most cases that would just end with you dying. Like, you'd just be dead. Okay, so we are on the 6th. So it is Sandstone. Chat, what day of it in Sandstone was it? I'm scrolling up in chat to look. For the full moons. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad, so I might as well just go look. 8th of Timber, 10th of Sandstone. Okay, so we got 4 days. We're in an ad break anyway in a minute, so I will just wait, but... I'm gonna go grab the Mark's Dursquid. Well, I'm thinking about what would realistically happen, right? Like, if in adventure mode it's very easy for your character to die, And as a were creature, you're not that powerful. Like, you're powerful, but not that powerful. So if you're in any populated area, the result would probably just be your character is dead now. Right? And I think, like, just falling asleep and waking up and your character being dead wouldn't be a fun thing. Panthercarpy, thank you very much for the $10. Hey, Twitch chat. Can I get a round of beers? And YouTube chat. Hit that party button. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Ten were tortoises? Also, that doesn't really... So they said, on the 10th day of Sandstone, an American gave to me $10 bills. I have to say that $1 bills are the worst thing that they have in the US for money, because, like, they look like the $10 bills, and it's so annoying having to flip through the wallet and be like, dollar. I'm looking for a 5. I'm just looking for a 5. I'm just fucking finally found a 5. Could you be a Dr. Dwarf? Right now might be the worst time to be a Dr. Dwarf, because it is like, do you want me to wait until after the infestation curing is over? Because most of them are locked in here. I'll give you a Dr. Dwarf after we've hit the 10th, and after the ones that are were creature become were creatures, so that we can determine, like, how many potential problems we're gonna have. Yeah, okay. Yes. Nate's my name. So, like, if you are a vampire and they know that you're a vampire, they'll attack you. If you are a zombie, it doesn't matter who you are, they'll attack you. If you are a necromancer and known to be a necromancer, they'll attack you. If you're part of a faction and they know who you are and that faction is hostile to that town, they'll attack you. If you commit a crime, they'll attack you. If you are a were creature, they'll attack you. Like, if you are a hostile entity to a faction, they will attack you. And being a were creature is automatically hostile to every faction. But if you're a zombie and you go to, like, a necromancer tower, they won't attack you because you are a zombie. So you are friendly. Unless you attack them. That kind of thing. Adventure mode is pretty forgiving these days. Adventure mode wasn't forgiving until they changed how boogeymen work. Once they changed how boogeymen work, they actually became pretty, like, it became pretty forgiving pretty quickly. They're not done unloading yet. Makes sense. It's up to the 7th. Good thing this wasn't the 8th. Mark stores are taking a little bit to get here. Metalsmith has been missing for a week. I have a feeling as to what happened to that, but... Oh, man. They might not get there in time. Should have started them stationings. Oh, one of them did. Cool. Bunch of them did. We're good. I'm also going to real quick pop over here. Grab you. It's just Rin, and then this is UVASH. Although I think I know what happened to you. Maybe not. Oh, no, I see. I don't understand how this dwarf isn't thirsty yet. Weird. Oh, because this dwarf isn't part of the fort anymore. That's why. Okay, so we're on the 10th. We're just waiting for the moon to become full. Okay. So is it just the one that's infected? Okay, so this is largely a false alarm then. We managed to catch an agitated red panda. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, also there's an agitated manta ray on the map, which is dope, by the way. So yeah, there's currently only one, which is actually really good for us. So in that case, let's just dig through this if I can. Some forgotten beast composed of flame named Migrur has come. It is a gigantic blob. It's made of fire, obviously. It's crimson fidgets and probably shoots fire because it's made of fire. But that is right here. I will send my militia to meet it. This fort is kind of busy, hey? Here it comes. The Spidery Knights. Bernie McBlob. But yeah, Boogeymen used to be what made adventure mode unforgiving. But ever since Boogeymen got, like, more or less completely changed how they work, they just kind of stopped being an issue altogether. Or adventure mode stopped being, like, unforgiving almost altogether. Oh, this is going to be brutal if they start burning. Come on, dwarves. Just one of you needs to get into melee range. That's it. Just one of you needs to get into melee range. Damn it. Damn it. This is going to be tough. That was very much gambling, and they got in. It got in the door, and once it got in, it was like, well, nobody was fireproof. They could have blocked the fire, but are you fireproof? It's a silly question. Where's the nearest Marksdorf? Like, truly, that's a very silly question. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel these combat. I'm going to pull this lever. I'm going to pull this lever. I mean, they have, what's it called? Water skins. And they can put out 1 round of alcohol with that, but it's not guaranteed. Okay, and then let's go over to here and pull this. But the game's gonna run real slow because of the smoke. That must be from a magic card, because I don't think that's a thing from a dwarf fort. I'm just depressed, that's all. Worst Boxing Day ever, chat. All that we can do now is cry. And wish that I left that gate closed. There is literally nothing else I can do. I mean, it's at 5 FPS, which is totally fine. It's gonna take a minute, but... This has been, like, maybe the... not the meanest the game has been, but, like... I need to leave these caverns locked. The sad part is this is mostly my best squad. I was just hoping that some of the Marksdorfs would get there first, because literally I just need 1 Marksdorf in this hallway and this thing would have been dead. That's all that we needed, was a single Marksdorf in this hallway, and this creature would have died. Well, not suddenly. A creature made of fire walked in there? How does it go today? Fucking terrible. Please kill me. Yeah, that's how it's going today. It's okay. The game's doing its best, though. Absolutely horrible. Game mean? This is what I get for trying to populate hell. I mean, we killed 2 yesterday. Fire-breathing Forgotten Beasts. Just got back from lunch. What the heck happened? Forgotten Beast made a fire made into the hallway, and my melee dwarves got to it before one of my marks dwarves got to it. I wouldn't have had time to close the doors, and now we're trying to close the doors and just flood it with water and ignore it. But I lost most of the squad, and I'm really upset about it. Well, not really upset, but I'm upset. No, it's a Forgotten Beast. I've said the words Forgotten Beast like 24 times since you asked what happened, Femjess, so... Do you want me to, like, give you a personal ear exam and say it another time? Or... like, did you hear me one of the last 10 times I said it? It's a Forgotten Beast made of fire. On Cavern Layer 1. Oop, the frame rate just dropped again, which means the water's probably coming. There it goes. That's why the frame rate went even lower again. This is going to be interesting to witness. And here's hoping that this went in the right order and isn't flooding my fort. Because it might be flooding my fort right now. You look like a big pile of fruity pebbles. Well, it's not flooding my entire fort, thankfully. Okay, I do need to pull this lever, though. Because this clearly hasn't been pulled, and if you have been pulled... you haven't been pulled soon enough, so maybe pull that one? Well, that's good. So it is flooding part of my fort, but thankfully not much of my fort. Who are you, and why are you drowning? Ah, well, that's not good. Has this been pulled yet? Not soon enough. Okay, well, that's been pulled, so that's good. There is no science being done here. It's just pulling levers in order. It's only science if there's actual, like, experimentation being done. There isn't. Thankfully, we're drowning this pointless kitty, though. And hopefully you don't drown. They will probably not drown. Yeah, you're good. Couple dwarves are probably gonna drown here. Yeah, like you. You're dead. There's no way you're getting out of that. Now this lever needs to get pulled. Jack, can I get a big wall of water, please? C'est la vie. More like unscheduled mandatory drowning. There's no lessons happening here. Except for maybe that one dwarf. Although this dwarf's gonna learn to swim a bit. This is the only one, really. It's all the way up to dabbling already. that can get opened. There are still dwarves in this tunnel. There very well might be. Okay, so it's leaving, which is what I wanted it to do. Then I can pull this. The real shame of this is it doesn't look like the water got there in time to finish dealing with the bodies. The whole purpose of this was so that I could stop the bodies from burning and not have to memorialize them, instead just bury them, but looks like they all burnt up. It's a fucking shame. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave the cavern layers closed. It's not worth keeping them open. At least not while we're doing what we're doing. I can't lose another squad like that. Especially, like, you know, my squad leaders that are basically the most critically important dwarves in the fort, basically. Okay, I'm gonna go and memorialize a bunch of dwarves, because I don't know what else I can do at the moment. You're making me sad about the kitty, Batome. I know chat's just trying to make jokes, but a lot of these jokes just make me sad. Feel free to keep making the jokes, but if I react like that, it's just the salt from the ocean water. It'll pass. Run. Let's run. We will get more migrants. This too shall pass. We shall recover. We will build back up stronger. Telenartha, thanks for the raid. How's the progress on renaming Christmas to Adult Soap Exchange? Fancy Soap Exchange. And Smitchell as well. What's up? That was a hot couple seconds. No, it's all good. Like, keep making the bad jokes, but I'm just a little bummed out at the moment. Tis all good. And okay, there's no way there wasn't some sort of shenanigans going on here. There's no way all of these happen simultaneously, independently of one another. I refuse to believe this. Because we just, within a minute, got raided by Telenarthos, Smitchell, and Trashmac. Welcome, raiders. I just lost more than half of a squad to a flame ball, and I'm bummed out about it. Please don't AMA. I will not say anything positive. But, memorializing them. The good news is the beastie's locked out. The bad news is the frame rate's gonna take a moment to recover, and there's some water in my living room. It's fine, though. We're draining it. It'll go away. And Batome's a pineapple. That's all. I will be able to drain this way. And the surface The ocean is refilling. Yes. So we are redraining the ocean, or refilling the ocean, rather, and clearing out potential issues. 30 more seconds before the next shouty. Yeah, I mean, we've capped out the capabilities of shouty outies. Good news is I'll be able to drain this pretty quick, I think. This will all drain out quite quickly. It's all just draining down into the caverns right here, mostly. So we're draining out this and this simultaneously. At least 3 cats. I've counted 3 so far. Sulfuric Megalodon. And not a drop to even think about, let alone drink, as far as that water everywhere goes. But the good news of this fortress is we defeated Hell yesterday. And down here, is an entryway into Hell, which I'm trying to make into a usable structure to move most of the fort into. It's going to take time, but we're working on it. Nothing of value was lost, let's be honest, Dumpster. And this is me being informed by the game that I've lost my best military, and I'm very sad. We also had a were creature outbreak, which was homegrown, due to a dwarf tantruming and toppling a thing. We may have to do a big expulsion. Might actually be what ends up happening. Because, like, there are points where you just need to get a bunch of dwarves out of your fort to keep them happy, and this might be one of those. Lies? I mean, we've got plenty of cats. My like, legendary military dwarves on the other hand, not very valuable. If you want to convince me that the cats are valuable, you need to have a hat next to your name. Otherwise, you're just, all of your arguments are, like, very, very unconvincing. This is something you need to pay for belief in this chat. Or I will just be like, yeah, no, I disagree. Over here. Yeah. I need to remake my hospital. That is the second time it's done that in 2 days. I don't even know what hotkey I'm hitting to do that, but there's a hotkey that I bump, apparently, that, like, maxes out the volume in OBS. It happened yesterday once, and I wasn't sure what hotkey did it, and it just happened again. I'm very sorry. Thanks for telling me. Ilmiran, thanks for gifting a sub, but unfortunately still not valid because that's a gifted sub. And them having a gifted sub doesn't make me automatically believe what they say. It'll make me believe what Ilmiran has to say. So I maintain nothing of value was lost. I'm trying to, like, ape a bit from a podcast I like. There's a podcast I like that talks a lot about aliens. And one of the hosts on that podcast, like, will never believe anything that's talked about on that podcast. He's like, oh, this is bullshit. None of it matters. You're all lying, basically. They have a tier on their Patreon, which is Make Jesse Believe Everything, which is $10,000. And he's always like, yeah, I'll believe it when somebody supports us at that tier on Patreon. Why would you have fortifications at the hospital? Ask chat. I'm sure they can explain it. We had a rare creature outbreak. So you can shoot through them with bolts. And the dwarf that's completely surrounded with fortifications may or may not be a were-tortoise. So I may or may not be planning to shoot him. Can you explain the water system? You know, there really, I've kind of started to decide that there really isn't an easy way to explain the water system. It is quite literally just, I dropped a piece of, like, stone on the ocean, and that gives me the ability to drain the ocean using drawbridges. There really isn't a practical purpose for it. Aside from that, I can flood half the fort and the entirety of the ocean by pulling a lever. You can break through a floor by dropping something on something. I basically just dug out this circle, put these drawbridges in, and then just like built a structure and caved it in on it. Like that's all I did. There is no water pressure nonsense going on here. It's literally just an ocean, so there's a lot of water there. So I can like drain a huge portion or flood a huge portion of the fort extremely quickly on command, basically. Is the top shut? If the top is shut. Yes, it is. So let's just pull this to drain you quicker. But no water pressure nonsense is going on. It's literally just, I have the ability to flood the whole fort extremely quickly. Cool. We're getting attacked by more white brutes. I need to re-enable the burrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to more strictly enable this burrow and just double check because there's a bunch of dwarves that aren't in the burrow at the moment. You should turn around and go kill that demon in a sec. Or don't. Oh, there you go. Or don't. You deserved it. I mean, it's definitely an ocean batome and not a toilet, but I mean, if you are 12, maybe it's a toilet. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sort by most pissed off. And any dwarf that doesn't have a name, who's pissed, just get out of the fort. I need to rebalance things. This fort needs a reset. It never feels good to do this. I never like doing this. It feels like failure. But I will keep Ghosty because you're named. Get to it. It's going to drop the population a lot, but it is kind of what I need at the moment. Because it's either that or this fort isn't going to restabilize. And I would like this fort to restabilize. I don't know what you're asking, Lul Dio. You're going to need to be more specific. Yes, I remember your request for a doctor, Zephyr. I can see it. It's right in front of my screen. But it has been too long. I should give you a doctor. Things are just kind of like... Right now, when things get really, really, really hectic in a fort, I sometimes actually disable the dwarf redemptions because I don't want to name you a dwarf that dies within 90 seconds because that feels mean. Or a dwarf that I then just, like, immediately expel. You know, you wrote peasant and Latome, and now I'm really, really wishing that Dwarf Fortress had pheasants. Because if Dwarf Fortress had pheasants, I could give you a pheasant and be like, I don't know, what else did you want? What do you think you were getting? Is that the wrong hospital? Or literally did every single one of my doctors just die? Because that's wild if that's the case. Okay. Did have 2 hospitals. There we go, that's right. So you wanted a doctor, hey? Let's see about Kogan. Oops, no, that's not how you spell Zephyr. Z-E-P-H-Y-R. Cloud. No, but it would be a very pheasant joke, if you know what I'm saying. Be some very foul humor. How do you stabilize a fort? Well, in this case, I need to rebuild my military, restation my military, get my military like set up as dwarves that want to be in the military, reposition like primary locations for dwarves, stop threats from getting in, neutralize existing threats. That's basically it. You know, just a few things. So Zephyr lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, feels strong urges that seek short-term rewards, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He isn't particularly envious about the world, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a calm demeanor, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He often acts with compassion. He rarely feels discouraged and generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity. Lowers his eyes when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Me expelling dwarves? I'm just expelling them into the wilderness. I don't have any other locations under my control. If you have other locations under your control, then they can be sent directly to those and be fine. But if you expel dwarves, one of 3 things happens. They go out in the wilderness and starve to death. They go to the nearest location and join that faction, or they become a refugee or a mercenary or some independent actor. But it's usually they just go starve to death. Personally believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them, and values nature and thinks friendship is important. He likes Salfrite and iron, as well as Kunzite and giant ibex hoof, the color woodland green, crossbows and donkeys for their stubbornness, and persimmon trees for their fruit. The words of the musical lark and the sound of the drum of trumpets, and when possible, and the sight of the velvety larks, and when possible he prefers to consume little penguin, asparagus, and whip wine, and rice flour, and absolutely hates hamsters. I don't think that's what they're asking, Stone. Am I going to turn this into a YouTube vid? You know, I don't make promises about turning any fort into a YouTube vid, because I have about 12 forts that are completely recorded, that have been recorded in the last 6 months, that could all turn into videos. I make videos out of forts when I have an idea, when I feel like it. Will this become a video? Maybe. Maybe. I can't really promise either way. Stream is foreshadowing 2796. Too real, man. Too real. Let's just go deal with this brute over here. There goes one. There's another one over there who just killed a dwarf. There goes my next military commander. Didn't need him anyway. Not sure where you're headed. Shouldn't be going that way, wherever you're going. See how many demons are around the map. There's this little flying embers monster over there, made of ash. Those things are pretty weak. It's mostly just the embers monster? Okay. Let's go deal with this demon. Whatever you find humorous is the funniest biome to be in. And humor is subjective, clearly. You're gonna go rest. Enemy was found dead because of this. Squizzly Girl, thank you very much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Rangor was found dead. That is to be expected. I've lost all of my best captains. My military is now green. All right. Fuck it. I hate this. This sucks, chat. This is terrible. The fortress is going to die if we keep up at this rate. I see no options. I see no viability. I see nowhere to go. We're doomed. Unless we make some pretty drastic changes. So we're going to make some drastic changes. I also need to rename Batome, and I know that, just for clarity here, in case anybody's confused. Snow, water, steam, this stuff. Most of the ones that, and ash, and then there's one that's made of just normal flesh that comes in and out periodically. They're all made of very brittle materials, which is why we were able to defeat Hell in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. We just got weirdly lucky, but that doesn't mean that they're not a threat to an individual dwarf. So there isn't too much to show outside of that. It's just they are very fragile and we got lucky. Let's get those placed. Vervolt's hello. Before you ask, your dwarf died a while ago. Ah, we actually got a Forgotten Beast on the Cavern Lair. Or on the Cavern Lair where it can get to us, because we're all here. Okay. What is this thing? It has Poison Bite. It is a towering, scaly tarantula. It has a broad shell and a bloated body. Its jade scales are large and set far apart. Beware its poison bite. Was that the one where I was trying to kill them with water pressure? I can't actually remember. Like, I want to say that was the one where I was trying to kill things by slamming them into the wall. So it's getting puckered full of bolts, which is good. And then this dwarf down here, Elray 7, is stabbing it from the bottom with his spear. I'm actually going to disable this save the game request because people keep using it like within 20 days of the game saving. I will do an autosave after this fight, though. The champion stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left front foot with his spear. I need to tap back in. Bunch more stabs and bashes. The beast is bleeding heavily. And the beast falls. Pretty simple. Let's get them back to training. And so Batome wanted a peasant, not a pheasant. I wanted to give them a pheasant. Did you want a beard or no beard, Batome? You got two options. One with a beard and one without. I've done that like 3 times. Not to be mean, but you're going to need to be way more specific than that. It was either Creature Keepers, that other one, or the more recent one. So I don't know. But yeah, no, I've done that a couple times. It was fun. Cheers, Ashrock. And I'll get your save done once we get this dwarf named. But, Batome. You wanted the sequel, but did you want a beard or no beard? I'll give you a beard. Bah! That's what they wanted their dwarf to be named. I didn't. Sink hammers. Hammer sink. That's concussive plumbing. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making and is very impolite. He is inconsiderate of property and finds rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract, and does not go out of his way to help others, and is troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. And he finds obligations confining, though he is troubled by this natural tendency, as he often acts with compassion. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and feels lustful. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. So I'm going to do something pretty extreme in a minute, which is probably going to make half of chat faint. He personally values cooperation and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't really see the value in self-examination, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and dreams of creating or becoming a legendary warrior. He likes claystone and fine pewter, as well as clear garnet and crystal glass, and the color brown. Yeah, just that. 6-sided prisms, bins, and ibex men for their long horns, and the hide root for their fuzzy projections? Okay. And the words of the Satiny Scribe and the sound of the heliotrope embrace, and when possible prefers to consume giant desert tortoise and soft wheat, something. I lost my spot. Where was I? He prefers to consume giant desert tortoise and soft wheat beer, and absolutely hates slugs. You got a beard. All right, so as for family, you actually have a rather large family. Your older sister's dead, your uncle's dead, your cousin's dead, and your other cousins are alive, but who knows how well the state they're in. With all that being said, here's the extreme thing. Blink and you'll miss it. All right, so what I'm going to re-queue up is process plants. Pigtail. Whenever there's 10. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say brew drink from plant. Whenever the amount of drinks is less than 300, brew 50. Sometimes, like, when forts are falling over, like this, I often find that one of the best things I can do is just start over. And that is what I'm doing. I am starting over. Because it'll take a little bit, but it will in fact free up a bunch of jobs. And I need to do a quick save. Yeah, figuratively starting over. Basically, like, delete all the jobs and build your production lines again. Because, like, those production lines were all built for the fort being in a stable, ideal state. And when things just kind of go haywire, it's better to just have a better idea of what's actually happening in the fortress. And just resetting everything gives you a bit of, not a fresh start's the wrong word, but like a mental reset, I guess. Because I already have all the materials, like, we're not short on food or anything, but, like, sometimes it's just not a bad idea to just tell your dwarves to say fuck it and start over, and that's what we're doing at the moment. Sure, clean sheet is a way to think of it. And that's just going to keep happening because that's the fire beast in the caverns, which I do need to kill, but won't be able to do that for a little bit. Because right now, like, if we just keep going at the rate that we're losing dwarves and the rate that things are collapsing, like, the fort is just going to fall over and it's going to be over. And I don't really want this fort to end yet. I still have some ambitions for this fort. Which I think makes sense. Because right now we've got dwarves that are like, you know, we just got a ton of tasks that need to be fixed. And also, like, my clothing industry is just, like, wrecked right now, as an example. Like, if I check cloth, yeah, I've got tons of pigtail, but I think I was making stuff out of silk and other things. It's like, I've got dwarves everywhere with used clothing that's, like, falling apart. Another thing I need to do is I need to, like, actually just pause this. Actually, let's just go here and just say minecarts. I'm just going to forbid all of the minecarts. I think this one is down here. Yeah, this one I will leave active. The rest can just go away. The reason I'm doing that is because I want the hauling jobs to get sorted so that they can deal with other hauling jobs that require putting stuff away. That dwarf was found dead finally. Okay. This can be unforbidden. You can go there and build that. Right here. Can build up here. And then I can get walls built around the top of this, and walls built around the top of this. And then another thing I can do is I can get doors in here. And a little drawbridge down here. Because we've gone from 210 doors at the start of today to 150. So, like, we need to deal with this. Am I on top of a huge cylinder? No, not a huge cylinder. I mean, there's some cylindrical rooms, but... I mean, we're on top of, like, or underneath an adamantine spire at the moment, if that's what you're asking. And there's demons from the underworld occasionally flapping over, which we're dealing with. Do I have grates, actually? That would be very useful. Haha, I do. At 95 or so? I mean, I guess so. I think this looks more like a goldfish to me. But yeah, kinda. I mean, this is just in hell. It's not really a cylinder, no. It kind of looks like that, though. This is just like Slade, right? With corpses littered everywhere. Kind of suits the environment. What's the gray goo? These are eerie glowing pits. They're basically unexistence holes in hell. So if you've never dug down into hell before in Dwarf Fort, if you get into hell and you find those pits, anything that falls in them just gets disappeared from existence. Well, that's a really dumb fucking thing to do there, Dwarf. I thought I forbid all this, but I guess not. Another setting I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to say forbid all my own death items because I need to train my military up without them doing that. Standing orders, refuse sieges and forbidding. Forbid, no, what? Oh, I see. Forbid your death items, there we go. Claim other dead, forbid them during sieges, there we go. This is fine. It'll probably be fine. Like, honestly, like, this isn't the worst off I've seen a fort ever. So I do actually think we'll be fine. Like, no jokes. I think this fort will be fine. I need to slow down and take things very seriously now. If you want to go die, then you want to go die. We have food supplies closer, but I will do this again because clearly it didn't work the first time. Forbid everything. Unforbid here. Unforbid this. Cool. But, you know, this is what happens when you break into hell. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the chaos of this fort. It is, like, you know, obviously leading to microscopic amounts of salt and also, like, me not being able to look at chat as much, but hopefully it's entertaining in its own psychotic way. It's very rare that I get this deep, so if you're enjoying this fort, I don't know, give me a round of beers or something. Let me know, because I haven't been able to stare at chat as much. Let's get you running. Trying to just keep these dwarves cycling. I wish there was an auto cycling option, like, you know, 10-day stints running the siege weapons or something. That bubble page. So you're doing a basalt gate, great. You're bringing in blocks, there we go, that's what I need. Is there a way to schedule that under military? I actually haven't looked. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to schedule that, is there? Unless I'm, like, not seeing something here. Oh, I thought you were saying that was a thing that you could do. Yeah, I mean, that would be really nice. anything along those lines would be super helpful. But tis not something we have access to at the moment. Maybe one day. Whew. I mean, what you could do, actually, is you could just go to this screen and set it to only selected do this, and then swap out who's selected periodically, but, like, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna just keep waiting until they get thirsty, and when they are thirsty, I will assign somebody else to that. I think I'm just gonna keep doing that. It's just kind of the most straightforward to my dumb brain. Too much micro? Well, I mean, the other way that you could do it, actually, is you could go places, siege engines, and then go to the ones where the operators are present, and then do this, but you can't unpause within this. So, I could rename all the ones in hell, basically. I don't know. I'm not super losing threat, like, sleep over it or anything. This dwarf's haggard and too depressed. Aiden, what squad are you in? Salty water? Get out of the squad. You're fired. Figures. All the items are forbidden, or should be forbidden, but they're not all forbidden. Apparently, thread doesn't count as a death item, which is a little wild. Actually, that is kind of nuts. Okay. Let's unforbid that. Although, that being said, these things are strong enough that they're worth the micro, in my opinion. No, you cannot, Ashrock. The only way to schedule things that are connected to mechanisms is with minecarts. So, like, put a pressure plate on a minecart track and then have, like, a long-powered minecart track that periodically hits a switch. That's the only way to schedule the equivalent of a lever pull. Unless it's, like, just random, in which case then just, like, chain up a pig next to a pressure plate. That's effectively a random number generator. Is just putting a minecart on a pressure plate. It's not what I wanted at all. God, that keeps fucking stressing me out. Dear Forgotten Beast, where the fuck are ye? I need to set this beast on fire. I mean, I realize it's already on fire. I need to end this beast wet on fire. Pig just sat there and never moved. That's funny. Cat would probably have been more effective than a pig. Jokes aside. Okay, so I'm going to make some of you really sad for a second here, so look away if you like cute animals. Truly a sight to behold. Yeah. Krug Smash is definitely one for vivid descriptions. We're in an ad break, so I'm just going to go around the edges here and designate walls for this. No, they're just wild animals, Ashrock. The only difference between Hell and a surface layer is Hell has the glowy pits, and the wild animals happen to be demons. So basically it's like a surface layer, except the random wild animals that wander through the map that are sometimes aggressive and sometimes not are demons. So essentially it is a normal map with glowy pits, and you can't dig because it's slayed, and forgotten beasts that are your average animal. They do not siege as well. Some of them are intelligent, but it's just like any other map. Hey chat, would you guys judge me if I kill this forgotten beast with an exterminate command just to make it stop collapsing shit? Like, it's already done a ton of damage, but this is just annoying the shit out of me. 'Cause like, I'll kill it eventually, but you'd get over it? We'll get over it. Because I'll kill it eventually. I need it to stop making noises. It's like it's stressing me out kind of thing. I really hope that there's no scary monsters in there, so yeah. My game, my rules. Well, you need to remember, there's a lot of elements of Dwarf Fortress that have not been changed or modified since, like, in decades. World Gen is one of those things that hasn't had any heavy changes made to it since the game became 3D and moved to, like, more than 64Z levels. So is there much going on in Hell? Absolutely not. Also, somebody would like me to name a siege operator. They're saying a Smurf operator, but I'm assuming they mean siege engine operator. And they want me to name them Smurf operator. To get him named and inevitably squished. I mean, siege operators are pretty safe generally. It's the military dwarves that are going to get inevitably squished. I literally have one dwarf who's a siege operator, so. I'm presuming that's what you meant with that non-readable sentence. He is concerned only with matters of practical in the situation at hand. Aim thing at thing to shoot thing in head. Absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion and would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forth his point of view in a discussion. He is sloppy with his living space and he finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He finds humor in most situations and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't often feel envious of others. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is pleased by his own appearance and talents and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He often feels discouraged, distrusting, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes Kelonites as well as pig iron and adventuring, green glass and crossbows, and the words of the crystal of canyons and the sound of the drum of trumpets. When possibly prefers to consume squid, strawberry plants, and perry and sorghum seeds. But yeah, as far as a lot of the underground stuff goes, as well as just the maps, like generation is in general, there's a portion of like the Dwarf Fortress community that's like mad that the Steam version exists. And the reason these people are mad that the Steam version exists is because they wanted a lot of stuff that was promised from like 2019 until like 2022, because that was when the map rewrite was supposed to happen on paper during older like variants of like approximate timelines of Dwarf Fortress development. So in theory, by now we should have like new map generation. So like stuff in Hell should actually be interesting. The cavern layers should be more interesting and that sort of thing. But instead they went and made the Steam version and made it playable by most of the people in chat probably. And so now that stuff's starting up again. So once Tarn is finished with the current things he's working on, which are like adding magic to temples or whatever, and these demon trained sorcery thingies, and making mega beasts more interesting and kobolds more interesting, once he's done with that, then we're going to get like a foray back into like the world gen stuff. And like that was something Tarn talked about in the interview. Like he wants castles and map generation to be more interesting, because like none of that stuff has changed since like 2011. Like it's been more than 10 years since the world gen has had any real updates. I mean, there's two things I'm excited for, Sleeveless, and that's all the siege stuff is just gravy. Like I'm cool with it. Like I'm not against adding it. I think it's interesting and good changes. But the stuff that I'm interested in seeing is the there we go. The thing that I'm interested in seeing at this point is the changes to map gen and the modernization of other UI elements that still need updates and fixes and polish. And I guess lastly would be the villains stuff, because like at this point I'm never gonna feel like Dwarf Fortress's development is slow again, because we waited for 10 years, it felt like. Not quite 10 years. Tarn started a bunch of features in 2019 and then just didn't go back to them and hasn't gone back to them yet. Like the villains update cycle was one that was announced, talked about, discussed, referenced, and began work, and then for all intents and purpose vanished while Tarn went off to go work on the Steam version. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? I didn't think the Siege stuff would be out yet. At all. Any of it. Like what we currently have. And we have at this point, like new behaviors, new siege engines. And from talking to Tarn recently, it doesn't sound like it might be getting a little bit overly anticipatory, but it doesn't sound like it's going to take that long for the other stuff that Tarn is working on to get implemented. So it highly depends on like what immediately gets worked on after all of the siege stuff is ready and finished. If Tarn goes directly into working on more into the world gen stuff after all of the siege stuff is out, I think it could be worked on by next year, which is in a couple days. Some livestock was found starved to death. Oh no. That's also just go here and just put all of the need to be pastured livestock here. Because it's relative safety. Well, I mean, sure, but that's when it is in, that's where it is in the roadmap anyway. I mean, villains make sense whenever, because villains is, you know, if people don't know what I'm talking about when I say the words villains, that's the, like, Tarn's reference or way to refer to captains of the captain of the guard, the hammerer, the entire, like, intrigue, like, interrogation system, like, all of that stuff, that is villains. And the reason a lot of those features seem fucked half the time is because they're not finished. So to me, villains fits in literally wherever because they're blatantly half-functional features. Which, it's Dwarf Fortress, so like the game's full of those. So it's kind of like, pick your pet feature that you would like to see expanded and worked on. And then any of those could theoretically be the thing that's next, right? Like, all of adventure mode practically could fit into that. Anything to do with World Gen could fit into that. Anything to do with, like, military up until maybe the Siege update could have fit into that. For a very long time, I think it was, like, Rangers and Mark Dwarves, right? Like, villains, when I say villains, this screen existed in the pre-Steam versions, like the open cases, closed cases, cold cases, Fortress Guard, all that stuff. That screen existed in a much more primitive state before Premium released. And it was released at about a third of the features that were promised for that. None of the balance. And it was just shipped. And Tarn went and worked on the Steam version. And then we didn't get a patch for 2 years. So it's now been 5 years since that stuff was added and doesn't fully function. Like, most of the, like, things that you need to be able to track down are not completable, right? Like, figuring out who the actual leader of a group is, the things that they're trying to do to you are not completable. Whenever you make an artifact, every single necromancer and every single villain in the entire world immediately claims it as theirs and starts sending thieves for it. Stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that's been discussed and talked about that are going to be like additional features for that aren't even there yet, because they were just never implemented. So like that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about stuff. Does the free version get out? The free version is for version 53.08, right? Which is the current version. The last time the free version was updated was... I'm trying to tab over to a web browser so I can open up the website and look. The last time the free version was updated was December 19th, 2025, 53.08. And it looks like this. The only difference between the free and the paid versions is the free version doesn't have graphics or music. But aside from that, they are exactly the same game. And there are actually some tile sets for it now, so... There are a few ASCII tile sets that you could use if you want to play that version. You can change the colors if it's too high contrast, laser chill. It's always been the case. If like the colors are harsh on your eyes, you can go into the game files and tweak all the colors to your heart's content. Like, I used to play with, like, a color palette that was virtually unrecognizable from the original ASCII palette, because I also found the various ASCII palettes to be too harsh over the years. And so that's why I didn't ever use the vanilla colors. Well, I'm just saying, so you say that it's too high contrast. I'm saying, sure, but, like, if that's an issue and you want to play that version, you could fix that. I will also, although So because that was a thing mentioned in YouTube chat. We'll also note that, like, as far as ASCII goes, if you're colorblind, like, it is literally unplayable. There is that. My God. Just queued up 19 more tombs and they're all immediately filled. That's crazy. Not all of them. Some Forgotten Beast arrives. This one's got Poison Bite. Where is it? Okay, whatever. It's just a snack I should ignore. Cool. You're getting buried. Yeah. No, I mean, like, the free version of Dwarf Fortress will always be updated. Like, that is, like, one of the promises of the Steam version, and, like, there's a very small portion of the community that will, like, insist that, like, no, it's not getting updated because, like, it's the new UI, but at the end of the day, that version of the game still exists, and it's still free, and you can still play it. And so, yes, it's not like it's any additional development lift. Like, literally the two major differences between the premium and the free version, like, you can turn Dwarf Fortress Premium into the free version by simply deleting the graphics folder in the premium version and then removing the music folder from the premium version. And then you quite literally just have the same game or the exact same piece of software between the two versions. All you need to do is just delete a thing and it's the same thing. So, and I personally find that to actually be very admirable and interesting. All right, so I'm kind of scared of this. So I'm actually going to bring 2 squads right here. Not that I have a ton of dwarves in either of these squads, but... And I'm going to dig through this. What's up, Vort? How's things? You want to see something cool? Or maybe not cool. You want to see something really dumb, FemJazz? Dwarf Fortress ASCII looks like this, right? This is Dwarf Fortress in ASCII. That's the Matrix. It's literally the same thing, right? I mean, totally different, but literally the same thing. It's the same picture. Those two, they're the same picture. Tell me the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture. Okay. Phew. I wasn't sure if I needed to be worried about this or not, so let's send these doors back to training. So what do you think, chat? Can we bring this fort back from the brink? Do I ever play with ASCII offline? Not really. I mean, I don't really play Dwarf Fortress off stream. Like, at all. And the reason for that is, like, this game is my job. If I'm playing it off stream, it's because I'm recording, and if I'm recording for a video, and then I don't use ASCII. Because I'm recording for a video. How is hell? Cold and stinky. Full of dead bodies. There's a tavern down there. It's okay. It's called the Mountain of Sugar. Oh, I see the problem here. I was like, why are these not getting done? Or New York. They're pretty much indecipherable. Painter. But no, this might sound wild to some people in chat, but like, yeah, I played ASCII Dwarf Fortress back in the day. I play the graphical version, and these days, when I played ASCII, I spent the vast majority of my time spent streaming explaining to chat what they were looking at, and that wasn't exactly a highlight of the time playing. It was a frustration. And so I don't stream or really play the ASCII stuff now, not because I can't. I could do it, but like, I don't really see the purpose of making my streaming experience harder and my gameplay experience slower for nostalgia purposes. Like, if I want the nostalgia, I'll just go back to older versions of the game and use my old tile set. Because I used a ASCII tile set that looked, you know, similar to the original ASCII, but was a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I'm not bothered by that in the slightest. Sass. Not bothered by that in the slightest. Doesn't really matter to me. In older versions, no. No, I used a ASCII tile set. I mean, you can go look at what my footage looked like on my YouTube channel. Just scroll back by like 4 years. Bearded soldier named Amon. I'm not gonna lie. This is just a me thing. Why do you guys just want to name them random shit and not after yourself? I mean, sure, yeah, I could do that, but I don't understand that. Because then I never remember who your dwarf is and won't be able to identify it if your dwarf dies. Sure, but like, I don't know. I won't be able to tell you when your dwarf dies is the issue. So anyway, as long as you remember it, it doesn't really matter. But he is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. I guess I learned a little bit about people when they name a dwarf, because there are some people who are just like, name it after me. And then there are some people who are like, name it Poopy Head. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm learning a bit about your sense of humor. And then it's like, name it this thing. It's like, oh, it's my username and other stuff. It's like, all right, that's fair. And then there's people who are just like, that is Brad Pitt, sir. And his, like, now divorced wife is Angelina Jolie. It's like, I'm learning about you too. Yeah, and we need we do need an Amarth. You are correct. And then like a giant world-eating snake. Anyways, I think that lives in the hell somewhere. Anyway, Amon here is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. He never envies others and their status, situation, or possessions. He is not a private person. Dubba Dee Dubba Die painter? Or Vanta Black? Anyway, he never envies others, their status, or situation, or possessions. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life and feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He has a very calm demeanor and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he is often cheerful. You know what would be a neat way to make hell more interesting? This is just me spitballing here. I'm actually curious as to what chat would think. If every single hell biome just had a different terrifying modifier to it. So maybe like there's just blood everywhere, or like it rains piss. Maybe things get resurrected down there. Maybe like there's like husking clouds down there. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'd be okay with that. That'd be a pretty easy way, actually, to make hell more interesting. Anyway, he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he has a calm demeanor. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he's often cheerful, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and is quite ambitious, and he generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity. Although, I will say this about hell. I think hell's probably one of the lowest priorities of things to make more interesting. You want to know why? Just show of hands here. On Twitch and YouTube chat. I'm looking at YouTube chat. How many of you have actually made it into hell to the point where you could make a construction in hell? Press 1 if you have. Press 2 if you haven't. This dwarf, anyway, let's get back to it. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is quite ambitious. He generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity and when he gets excited, he tells stories without any real point. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Values eloquence and respects perseverance. Yeah, I've seen one so far, maybe 2.
Oh.
Void's Umbrella, hello. Thanks for the 8th month. Stib Knight, Fine Pewter, Clara, Opal, Crystal Glass. Yeah, I think it's more important to make the cavern layers more interesting than Hell. Like, I would like Hell to be more interesting, but... You don't even muck around in the caverns? Really? I don't think I could play Dwarf Fortress without getting down to at least 1 or 2 of the cavern layers. Twice? Gotcha. 2. Wait, hold on. As in you made it into Hell twice? Or you failed twice, bootlegger? He likes dodecahedra, alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama, giant orcas for their great jumps, ooh, and the sound of the pregnant chants and the sight of the silkiness of mirth, and when possible prefers to consume passion fruit wine and purple amaranth flower and musk melons, and absolutely hates lizards. So you made it into Hell and built constructions twice? Because I said if you've made it into Hell and built things, press 1, and you typed in 2 twice. So that would mean that you've died to Hell twice. But yeah, I'd say it's like maybe 1 in 20 from what I've seen, regardless. Lewdness is in the eye of the beholder. Ashrock. Yeah, so then you would mean that you went to Hell and built in it twice, so 2x is what you mean. You don't listen good? Got it. So the idea was basically just have you gone into Hell before and built structures? Yes, no. Was basically it. And typing in 2 indicated no. So you said no times 2, is what you said. But, okay, I get you. I'm on the same page now. Right, speaking of Hell, there's an Embers monster right here. An Embers monster, of course, is a very large blob composed of ash. Only twice? Yeah, I mean, this is my 3rd time building stuff in Hell since it released on Steam. And this time we only made it through because we got stupidly lucky because the demons in this world are very weak. Cotton Eye Joe, the armorer, has withdrawn from society. All right, chat, you know what to do, I assume. Make the jokes. Where did he go? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where's Tun? Where's your parents? I'm going to expel you. Oh, all your parents are dead. You're 17. Well, it won't take long to arrest you. Just 2 years. Why is there not a suspend option for work orders? Hit T, pause. All I want is a, like, pause all and pause all of type toggles, but literally hit T and scroll down. So that menu kind of exists. Like, this is probably the menu that you want. Oh, don't worry. I played this game for... I remember the first time I found that menu in the older versions, and I freaked the fuck out because I'd been playing the game for like 8 years and not found it. So, don't worry. Happens to the best of us. I guess what I'm trying to say is don't feel stupid. We've all been there. So Cotton Eye Joe here has claimed adamantine, rough yellow zircons, and logs. What, lock the child in their room? I could do that. I could also, like, burrow them somewhere. But I don't know. We'll see. They're not really doing too much in the way of damage. Oscar, on the other hand... I'm going to expel you. Sorry, Oscar. Arresting you ain't doing it. But you still have to do them one at a time, right? Like, I'll be honest, that menu is not perfect. Oh, that's the thing I wanted. We're in an ad break. What's a good minimum size in Bark? A size that runs well on your computer. Like, the game warns you if you make a map bigger than 4x4 that it might run poorly. So 4x4 or less. Because anything above that is, like, not what the game is tested for. So, like, you can make embarks as big as 16x16. It won't run well, but you can do it. So a good size embark is whatever runs well on your computer. I can get away with like a 7x7, but I don't recommend it. Because like that's the only time that I get like some performance issues after a while. Minimum size embark that likely includes adamantine. Every single tile that you embark on, so in a 4x4, it would be 4x4 tiles, has a 50% chance to have adamantine. So do with that knowledge what you will. So if you settle on a 1x1, you have a 50% chance. You have a much higher chance on a 2x2, a much higher chance on a 3x3, and a much higher chance on a 4x4, which is the default. YouTube chat's talking about map size. The minimum map size, if you will. I would say probably 3x3, but you do you. So Dwarf pulling a lever. There we go. So that is now open. Let's go here and smooth this. It's a option in the settings menu. You have to enable it. But trust me, I don't recommend it. Like, overwhelmingly, I do not recommend it. Oopsies, why did I forget that? Just need somebody to come over here and pull that. 94 Tails. Thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription for 8 months. Welcome back. Raw, what up? How's the Hell City build? Pretty terrible. We've lost about 60 dwarves since I turned the stream on. But we're trying. Also, super unrelated to anything, chat. But I'm in a Discord chat with some friends because we go to concerts or festivals sometimes. And so we have this Discord chat where we talk about festivals. And yesterday somebody said happy holidays in that room, and then someone else was like Merry Christmas, and someone else was like Merry Christmas, and then I opened up my phone because I was like, why am I getting notifications? And looked at it, and the recommended response was Happy Birthday. I'm like, I don't think my phone gets it. My phone missed the memo. That will be a side effect. I'm just trying to get a water supply down in hell because it's a little dry down there. What, everybody dying, Rawl? It gets the gist? Sure. But, like, it was just pretty funny to see. You want to see what your computer can handle? I mean, so the thing that I've learned about map size and... Hey, chat, by the way, can I get a round of beers for 94 Tails? Like, Bobble did it, and so did Telenartho, but just post a round of beers, please. As I understand it, that's an adamantine breastplate. That's cool. Dwarves that... Or rather, how do I put this? The bigger the world, the longer it takes to save and load. So if you have a very large world, it'll take quite a long time to save and load. Like, I've had large worlds that take, like, upwards of 2 minutes to quick save. Because it has to catalog everything and move time forward. If you have a very large map, loading the map initially will take longer. And when creatures enter the map, so that could be traders, wild animals, flying animals, agitated wildlife, non-agitated wildlife, visitors, anything. Whenever something enters the map, it takes exponentially longer for them to decide where to path to. So that's where the game becomes, like, CPU intensive. So, like, I did I think it was a 10 by 10 map once, and it took, like, 90 seconds to load when I started the game, like, after the load screen. So, like, just look at my fort, and it would take about 90 seconds of, like, hitching before everything would run normally. And whenever animals would enter the map, a siege would enter the map, traders would enter the map, whatever, the game would hitch for about 30 seconds, where it would just freeze and then work again. That's what I've found with large maps. If you want to stress test your computer, turn up the population. Because that's what will slowly bring the frame rate down. Large maps will just give you, like, pathing requests that are expensive and will just cause periodic hitching. Or just, like, play in adventure mode and walk through a goblin fort. Anyways, Cotton Eye Joe, the armorer, has created Illustistaras, an adamantine breastplate, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. This is an adamantine breastplate. Holy shit, that's expensive. It is... all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette-cut yellow zircons, decorated with forgotten beast bone, encircled with bands of tower cap and rectangular andesite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of yellow zircon and tower cap, and on the item is an image of dwarves in adamantine. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Wavepool by the magical jaw of sharks of the magical saber in the early spring of 250. On the item is an image of Edom landscapes, the dwarf and dwarves in yellow zircon. Edom landscapes is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Edom landscapes to the position of general with the magical saber in 189. Do you mean turn up population? If you go to settings and you go to game and you scroll down, strict population cap, baby child cap, etc. My strict population is 250, but the population cap is 220, meaning I can get up to 220 migrants, and including children and babies born in the fort, we can get up to 250 population. Turn that number up. The default is 220, so the game isn't really designed to have more than 220, but, like, you can turn that number up as much as you want, really. I'm going to give that to my duchy, rather. Didn't even know that was a setting. But just do understand something. If you have bad frame rates and you've turned up your population to ludicrous numbers, you have voided your right to complain about it. Like, when I see people complaining about the frame rates in Dwarf Fort being bad, and then also stating that they have, like, 100 plus dwarves, it just kind of makes me groan a bit. Like, hundreds more dwarves than you're supposed to have. Do we not have a king and queen? They died a long time ago. I did have a queen and a king, but yeah, they died a long time ago. No, the defaults are reasonable. Cavul Hill. It's like, as an example, I take questions for the interviews I did with Tarn. And there was some person who went on a tirade, maybe not a tirade, that's a bit of a poor descriptor, ranted for about a paragraph about how terrible the frame rate and performance in this game is, and then mentioned that they can't have over 300 dwarves. It's like, well, you're turning it up. So don't turn it up. It's not that the defaults are what I would describe as reasonable. On most computers with 220 dwarves, you will be able to run the game at a reasonable frame rate. However, if you turn that number up, you're doing it at your own risk. The default ice hockey player is the recommended amount of dwarves to have in a fort. A bit shocked they haven't been replaced. Well, I mean, they have been, just not in this fort. And someone would, like that, the dwarf outside of the fort would need to inherit it, and then they would need to move here for it to replace them. I've had like 400, 500 dwarves in 70 frames a second before, Arthitech. I mean, like, there is a point where, like, I think, like, the holes in the game kind of start to show. Like, the game is not really built to have more than the default numbers. Once you turn them up beyond the default numbers, it gets kind of clear that, like, it's not meant for that. You never got anyone past mayor? I mean, like, it does break, like, your right to succession for nobility when you lose your highest noble. No, they said they couldn't run the game at a high frame rate with over 300 dwarves, which is also silly because, like, when I saw that question come in, I then went and was like, okay, well, I have a fort like that. What's it running out on my computer? I have a fort called Seed Vault, which I still have the save for. I haven't played in a long time, though, because honestly, I got bored of it, which had 450 population, and on this computer runs at 60 frames a second, which is my frame rate cap. So, like, it's like half, like, PC issue, half don't turn up the settings outside of your own risk, and, like, I guess it's... A lot of games, I think, have protections built in so that you don't break the frame rate, right? Especially, like, building games where, like, they'll restrict the map size, or they'll restrict, like, the build area, or they'll restrict something so that you can't wreck it. Dwarf Fortress has those restrictions, but surfaces those restrictions as in-game settings where you could turn them up if you want to at your own risk. And by simply having those settings, you are, I guess, inviting people to be like, your game runs bad because I decided to turn up your allowed for settings. But there is a point where the game isn't designed for that anymore, so it is very much something that you're doing at your own risk. There's a ghost. And honestly, I think that's a good thing. Like, as an example with the map sizes thing, I think by default you can make a 8x8 map. I think that's the default. I haven't looked at the default in a while. It's been several years. If you try to make it bigger than that, it just won't let you. You have to go to the game settings and scroll all the way down to the bottom to be able to, like, uncap that. Another example is, like, Mountain Blade, right? Like, by default, it, like, allows for 300 by 300 sieges and fights. But, like, you can turn that up to 600 versus 600 in the settings. And then if you go into the game files, you can turn it up to, I think it's 5,000 v 5,000, but, like, good luck. If it might set your computer on fire. I don't know. I like settings like that in games where it's like go in with your own risk, but it does, like, open you up to unfair criticism, I think. Is it 6x6? Okay. The only, like, time I would ever do, like, a 16 tile size embark is to, like, build over an ocean. So, like, I do think, like, that setting is useful. because it's useful for making bridges and such, but yeah, well, I mean, I think like there's a disconnect for a lot of people, and I'm guilty of this too, right? Like, where you look at a game like, I don't know, what was the name of that game that looked kind of like Dead Space that wasn't Dead Space that came out a couple years ago? Callisto Protocol. People look at the Callisto Protocol just because that's a very graphically dense game, and that is a game that people feel like should be hard to run, right? Which it is. Like, you need a really good computer to run that game well. Crysis is like the classic example, yeah. Crysis will still melt GPUs if you mod that game, actually, which is kind of wild. Or like, I guess a better example is probably Cyberpunk, right? You know, like that's a game that people expect to be hard to run because like it looks so graphically dense and there's so many effects and stuff going on in that game. Like like people expect that and understand it. When they look at Dwarf Fortress, they go, "Oh, that should run just fine," because it's pixels. But what I'm saying is we need a modern sand game that isn't Noida, that will explain to people that, can I name as Thulder, Dwarf, Sand? Sure, do you have beard preference? Beard or no beard? I cannot guarantee if they will live for very long or be any good at being in the military, but I can do it. Beard cat. Something else I'm actually going to do is I'm going to grab this squad. Oopsies. I'm going to swap them back to just normal metal armor, which I think they were already on, but I'm just going to reset their uniforms. Let's go with this one. Maybe a better one if I have one. How about Endok? Thanzol, Lashcatch, is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is very humble. He is quite ambitious, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to be moved to mercy and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You had an old LT that came in and turned on a PC. I don't know what LT is, but you had put the CPU and I had not put the heatsink on yet. He plugged it in and turned it on, in which case they left it open and sighed. $400 CPU gone in seconds. Oh, that sucks. Every dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. YouTube chat. Just saying. He personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and disregards tradition. But yeah, all I'm saying is we need modern sand games that are 2D that use all of the CPU to show people that that you don't need a high dense graphics to make games that are hard to run. I don't know. Sand games are just like me showing my age, I suppose. It's like, remember when sand games brought your computer to a halt? I crashed a Windows 98 PC trying to play a sand game. Anyway, he likes diorite, sterling silver, clear diamond, hyena bone, shoes, coins, and ducks for their quacks. The words of the satiny scribe and the sound of the fabulous droplet and the sight of the beyond loots, and when possible, he prefers to consume lobster, amaranth beer, and teff flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. All these dwarves are reliving experiencing trauma. Horrifying. Okay, so this up here, it's granite. And then this right here. Okay, what blocks do I have a lot of? Andesite. Use an andesite then. Let's use andesite for that wall. Should be fine. I'm gonna just sidestep the super technical discussion because I have no idea. Ash rock. Also, I did name that dwarf Tanzol, right? I know I read that dwarf's description. Yes, I did name them. Okay. Ghost has been put to rest. Reminds me to go back up to here. Cannot sidestep anything. I don't know, dwarves sidestep things all the time. And I can sidestep any conversation I deem fit. I don't know, real life is pretty Dark Souls-y. If I swing a sword in a hallway in real life, it'll bounce off the wall just like in Dark Souls. And also probably dent my wall. And then I'll have to pay for new drywall, so nothing like Dark Souls. Your drywall would suffer. Better that than wet wall, though. That's called flooding. It's more expensive than drywall. Use bricks? Right. Well, I didn't build my house. I just live here. If I built it, maybe I would have used bricks. Let's do another floor grate right there. And once all this is done, that'll be the most of the tunneling. Yeah, I mean, I saw somebody fight it once in Terraria. Rook. It's very, very optimistic of you to assume that I have a yard. No, I live in an apartment building, so there's a parking lot behind the building. There's some parks across the street, but I might get yelled at. Although there is some construction and excavation going on in the park across the street, so maybe like they're doing the excavation so that I don't have to. So once all this is done, I should be able to enable this pump. Now, what this is going to do is nothing of real value right now. I just gotta be honest with you, chat room. What this will do at the moment is it will pump water from here down into here. But what I need to do is right here, I need to build a little waterway that I think I'm just gonna flow like this way, basically. And is gonna go into this little hell pit, probably. That, or maybe just like go in a straight line that way. So maybe the best thing to do right here is to just build up right there, basically. And just make sure that this is in the burrow, which currently it's not. Then This is down there. Okay. So I'm just going to build little obsidian wall along that. And a little obsidian wall along that side eventually. And a little obsidian wall along here. Floor this off. And sealing this off. Maybe set up fortifications at the end here. Or like a little dig-in area. And my kinda silly mental idea. I have not done any experimentation on reinforced walls versus regular walls. Says AS. But in theory, they take the amount of time of the density of the material that you use to build the wall plus the density of the material used to reinforce the wall to destroy versus normal walls, which just take the density of the material to destroy. In theory. Anyway, so the idea of this is to build a water power source in hell. That's the idea here. If you guys are talking about offloading Dwarf Fortress to the graphics card, I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm just going to throw this out there, and this is like an uneducated statement, so take what I'm stating with a grain of salt. I have a feeling that if you made playing Dwarf Fortress require a graphics card for dwarf computation, that would probably increase the spec requirements of Dwarf Fortress. And if that happened, that would kind of ruin one of the long-term promises of Dwarf Fortress, which is it'll run on any system. And I think that taking that away or ruining that kind of defeats part of the purpose of Dwarf Fortress, but I need to immediately do some drastic measures. Because that thing has deadly dust. So if it climbs in, that's one thing. Bolts are flying. And it walks on. How long will it last? I mean, yeah, so the thing was just passing through. It's not an aquifer, it's a water source from a cavern layer. So how long will it last? It won't run out. Is how long it'll last. Those are granite. I wanted andesite. Yeah, so I feel like that would kind of be a bit of a betrayal for the long-term Dwarf Fortress players, like more so than any other betrayal, and I think that I personally wouldn't be in support of that. I think that would kind of suck. So I understand what you're talking about, but like a lot of people, like one of the things that brought Dwarf Fortress's audience to it initially, and I'm speaking for a lot of people, so once again, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dwarf Fortress has a very active, like, Eastern Europe audience because you can run it on a potato. Speaking of potatoes, this potato's going to go take a piss. I will be right back. We're in an ad break, so you're not going to miss much. Not much, Dirty Bum. I hope you had a solid holiday.
Ease for everyone!
Nuclear vessels.
No, 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 no! 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 Alright. I are back. Like I said earlier, I don't know anything about this subject. I just feel like right now, increasing something's potential computer spec requirement isn't valuable to me as a member of the community. But like I said, I don't speak for everybody. Where is your Dwarven cheese emote? I already have the maximum number of YouTube emotes. So, where is your Dwarven cheese emote? I don't know. Also, you're not subscribed on YouTube, so I'm not sure how I can help you. I do know enough to know that they did at the very least enable graphics card usage for graphics in 2023. Which is why we have access to, or which happened when they moved from SDL to SDL2. Let's actually just, how do I want to do this? You're just theorizing? Sure. No, I get that. But my response to your theorizing is I personally wouldn't find that valuable. Somebody in chat might, but you know, it's like one of the discussions as old as this game is when are they going to add multiplayer? The answer is never. At least never officially. But the reason that's one of the oldest discussions ever is because people are always theorizing, right? As far as I'm concerned, that would just be like just straight up wasted development time. And I'm not alone in that feeling. So this is a what? This is a white brute? So these ones are just made of snow. Not super scary. But that doesn't stop them from hurting my dwarves. They've killed at least one dwarf, I think. Yep. It's one dead dwarf. It shredded its throat. Just a damn shame. 2 seriously injured, 1 dead. Bastard. Let's finish this. Well, that. No, it's just like, it's not even a not being able to pause. It's like, in order for them to develop multiplayer, they would need to rewrite the whole game. It's the same reason this game like doesn't have an undo button. It's because that's something that you, like, that's actually another one that I see commented on a lot that other games get held to when one game does it, is like, there's a game that I played quite a bit of at one point called Parkitect, which is more or less just like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Like it's a Roller Coaster Tycoon game basically, but made by a different team more recently. And Parkitect doesn't have an undo button, and didn't have an undo button at any point in its development. And when that game released into early access, people really liked it, and it eventually left early access and has been quite successful. And they've put out extra, like, additional campaigns for it. It's actually kind of a great game if you want a game like that. But a piece of feedback that I've seen as long as that game has existed now is, are you ever going to add an undo button? And they're basically just like, yo, it would like take longer than the development of the game to add an undo button. Because like of the amount of rewrites that would need to be done. And I kind of feel like this way about a lot of things with this game and just games in general, I guess, where are there features that I would want in a perfect world? Certainly. How long would they take to develop and how many rewrites would they require? If they would require rewriting like large portions of the game, is it worth it? But like that's the thing though, right? Like, yeah, no, here's the thing as well, when it comes to multiplayer Dwarf Fort, Sargon, is I've played mods that force it into working. It doesn't. It's not fun to play. So gameplay-wise, I would agree with you. You are very much on the money. It is not fun. But it's still something that people will probably ask for for the rest of this game's existence. Because people want that. It's a feature that people like having. That people are relatively used to having. But I digress. Meanwhile, I'm over here going, I need to get these dwarves new clothes. There's been dozens of implementations over the years, and I haven't played all of them. The one that I played, you could use the UI independently, but the game wouldn't pause unless everybody had a menu that paused the game open simultaneously. It just ran like shit and wasn't fun. Like, honestly, like, it's like, imagine Dwarf Fortress, but the performance is a third as good. And also, like, it's just not a game that's designed for that. I mean, there's mods that make it possible, Malalarm, if that's what you're talking about. It doesn't exist, though, because saying it exists makes it sound like it's a Vanilla Fortress feature, which it's not. So it doesn't exist, but there are mods that make it possible. And it sucks. Certainly. I mean, I'm excited about the Lewis stuff, mostly because I want to see where they take official development. An Etten has come. Oh, well. Anyways, I apparently need to give myself an injection. I will be right back. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot repeatedly now because I realize I've fucked up. The game doesn't have multiplayer, will never have multiplayer, and there is no official implementation of multiplayer. Let's talk about literally anything else, goddammit. Fuck. Sorry. An Etten has arrived. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. I guess it's gonna go play with the elves. Has no cool items equipped. Plenty of known kills. Mostly elves. Alright, well, checks out. I remember It was, I think, a DF talk from Dwarf Fortress in 2009 or 8 or something, where Tarn said, what if you could mine the clouds and make floating blocks? Which is a really funny concept to me. I will end the stream if this joke keeps up, Dirty Bum. I will just go do something else with my day. Have I made myself clear? No, actually, hold on. No, I can make myself clear. Here, I'll make myself clear. I am now making myself clear. Hold on. Just hold on. Actually, I've got a better way to do this. There. I am now clear. Have I made myself clear? Have I? I'm gonna unopacity myself now. I had to open up OBS and like grab a filter and like pull a thing, so let me put this back. There we go. Yeah, streamer wins awards for the amount of transparency provided on stream. More news at 11. To the Punjin? This is the Punjin. We live here. So do you. Surprise. I mean, you're not. I don't have any transparency enabled on Twitch chat. Got him. Was that it? No, that's you. Giant emu. Holy shit. I've got a lot of random animals in cages right there. All right. What did I eat yesterday? Turkey, mashed potatoes, 2 kinds of stuffing, fudge, cookies. Those are the first ones that come to mind initially. What else did I eat? Carrots, green bean casserole. I don't know, my blood sugar still hurts. I'm gonna be spending the next 2 days recovering. Seems like the dwarves are having a party. Which is probably good. We are all? I don't know, I still feel pretty skinny, but certainly the thought that counts. Chat, can I get a round of, I don't know, dancing emotes? Also, I kind of started one bit with me, like, being like, change the subject, chat, and then, like, transferred directly to another bit. The first bit was going to be like, I'm going to turn this car around. You know, we're going to end this road trip right here, right now kind of thing. And then the other one was just like, okay, well, I will be clear. Pretty men. Thank you very much for the 10 months. Welcome back, mate. You made blueberry cheesecake? Tasty. Something exploded. Just got an Embers monster from the looks of it. Actually, how many demons have you killed? Okay, 1 Hornbill Devil, a Boiling Ghost, a White Brute, and an Embers monster. Ha! Let's go up to here. Deconstruct this. You don't feel good anymore? I will say that the catering was pretty great, actually. I mean, I had some reservations, but like, I think all in all, it turned out quite well. My mom and dad really liked the meal. And so that was good. I call that a pretty big win, frankly. They killed a whale and you were like, no, I don't think we killed a whale. I'm not sure what I would have been referring to there. Actually, let's do this maybe. Yeah, let's do it that way. And let's go down here and do this, this, and this. It seems like the demons get a little pissy if you, you know, do constructions in hell, because I'm noticing more of them running into the map. I wonder if they are affected by agitation. That would actually be kind of nutty if they are. Let's also just go up here and type in wafer. 2 adamantine wafers, okay. And Ada. Okay, how about strands? Okay, just one. What is the dark purple stuff? Eerie glowing pits. They basically just unexist anything that falls into them. They're a feature of the underworld. Let's just do this. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. I'm going to make a bars blocks stockpile. And this is going to take items from right there. I felt a hitch immediately because that's all of the dwarves suddenly moving to go pull stuff underground. Turns out queuing up dozens of hauling jobs all at once is performance intensive. Uh-oh. I was worried about this. Grr. So I sort of just set Moreb on fire. That's it. You know what's funny is there's no negative associations or thoughts about being on fire in Dwarf Fort. So there is that. At least they won't die upset. Well-streaked orange. Well-streaked. There we go. Now they can leave. Go back to whatever they were doing. Go into here and unsuspend all these tasks. And actually that needs to be fortifications. No, not reinforced. Fortifications. Although let's actually just do one. Reading about a thing that you missed and now there's lava everywhere? Yeah, I spilled a little bit of lava into the fort. It's kind of unfortunate, but is what it is. It won't happen again, because, like, I've walled off the area that was leaking lava in, so there is that, but, yeah, I did kind of torch some dwarves. Which is unfortunate, but is what it is. I've also got some dwarves that need to go to prison. I'm just very happy that we were able to sort out the were-tortoise infestation. You want me to name a dwarf a Marth? So what kind of dwarf am I naming a Marth? Ashrock. You got to be a bit more specific. Beard, no beard? What kind of task, approximately? Based on whatever's available. Big, long beard? Okay. If it's non-task specific, then, you know, I can just go with this dwarf. Sure, that works. So this is either a Marth, as in like a monomarth, right? Or it's a space Marth, as in the like Fire Emblem character. One of many. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. He can be very happy and optimistic and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and tends to hang on to grievances and does not assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. But obviously it's a Marth, not a Marth, because a Marth would just look like a weeaboo. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he finds others emotionally rewarding. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and is an absolute believer in the rule of law, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and is put off by family. He likes quartzite and silver almandine and avocado wood and giant olm tooth. The color brown horses for their strength and the words of the Saturn of luxuries and the sight of the velvety larks, and when possible prefers to consume blood amaranth and beer and red spinach seeds and absolutely hates blood gnats. Has a pet bunny, has a pet bunny who is starving right now. We'll move over there so it stops starving. And he's probably giving food to his bunny. Yeah, he literally is. And has no friends, just a pet bunny. Can I give him a battle axe? No. Well, I could give him a wood cutting task, which might give him a battle axe, but I'm not going to put him in the military and give him a battle axe. Because I don't use battle axes in my military. I use spears and swords in this fort. Mostly spears. But he's also completely helpless in stressful situations, so he wouldn't be any good in the military. He would just become a stress bucket very quickly and die. I feel bad about Moreb dying of fire, but oh well, it happens. blood gnats, not bats. Gnats, like G-N-A-T, like as in the teeny weeny itty bitty tiny little polka dot bikini. I mean bugs. Teeny weeny itty bitty little bugs. Gnat. Or as in gnat your problem. Speaking of gnat your problem, I've got some dwarves arriving. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situation. Get in the military, Woody. I mean, Woodburner E. And we'll see how many of them make it into the fort before dying. How about you? I'm either looking for dwarves that are like thrill seekers, or I'm looking for dwarves that would do decently in the military. You'll probably do fine. The way you get a dwarf in this fortress is you have to get the name something redemption rook, which is up every 25 minutes and costs 500 channel points. Otherwise, every single dwarf would be named and no one would ever have a dwarf, and all you would watch is me naming dwarves for about 30 minutes whenever a dwarf arrives. So I do that to limit the pace of naming. And there are times where it's been available for hours and just nobody clicks it, so. Sometimes I say something, sometimes I don't. Depends on the day. Today I probably wouldn't say anything, but. I don't think this dwarf would be any good in the military. But it's strong. All right, Cookie, get in there. You avoid fights, ungrateful, hateful. Well, I'll let you go. Clerk, hey? We're in an ad break, so I'll just let these dwarves come in while I divvy them up. Like, this dwarf has terrible traits for the military, but, like... has a decent personality for it. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Yeah, whatever. When something goes wrong, good recovery. Yeah, I mean, we're still here. The fort is recovering for sure. It's going to take a little bit, but... it's definitely going to take a little bit, but... for the moment, things are on the upswing. You're a swords dwarf. I mean, most poor situations are recoverable, and in the case of this fort, it was just like, you know, seal off the areas that are letting in threats, repopulate the military, and now retrain the military and, like, get everybody back into the fortress and in a functional way. But we've still got a ways to go before we're, like, stable again. Yeah. Wonder how many underworld critters are on the map at the moment. 2. There's 2 hyena monsters. Those are actually pretty... A bunch of hyena monsters. Those are actually kind of scary. And they're like right there. Oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah, these things are like actually really freaky. Those things are not friendly, let me tell you. Those are not something you really want to fuck with. I'm also sitting here and wondering, like, how good of an idea would it be to just wall off this and that, this, and then maybe put in a drawbridge on one of them so that only flying beasts could easily get to us. Like, this is what I mean by they just kind of act like wild animals at a point. Like, they're just hanging out over there. But, like, if they come over here, this dwarf's just going to start firing. We should get these 2 rolling. Get you running. Take you off duty. Take you off duty. Why are you up here? I guess, like, you got stuck. That's unfortunate. Good news is it seems that most of the hyenas have left. It's the phoenix rising out of the wave pool, yeah? Place bolt throwers along it? Well, I'm kind of thinking, like, if I wall this off, right? I wall that off, and I wall that off. And maybe even if I wall this off, and then these off. Like, that would give me kind of like a fort down here. That wouldn't be defended, but like, how many layers tall is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could just start doing one at a time, right? Like, I could do like that. Actually, let's do this, and then the other side. Like, it wouldn't be guaranteed defense or anything, but like, with time, I could build it up and make it more defendable, and then if the only things that could act like were actively attacking us were based in the land, then that at the very least like lessens the possible threats that could come at us. Uh-oh, here they come. I'm just going to move my Marks dwarves up top. Wait until it leaves. I don't want to fight these. For anyone who's unaware, these are hyenas. They have 2 stubby tails. Beware their fire. These are actually like a big threat, so I want to avoid them if possible. And just want to let my Marks dwarves and bolt throwers deal with them. Good thing about them is they are good training. But yeah, chat, I actually haven't asked this question in a hot second, so let's rewind a little bit to the beginning of the day. How was your holiday, chat? If you had a good seasonal celebration of capitalism and ineffective marketing schemes? The great Amazon wishlist day? I will need to seal this up. It is injured. They were effective on you? Did you get anything fun? My parents got me towels and I'm fucking thrilled. Like, absolutely thrilled about getting towels. It could break down those doors theoretically. Instead of everyone getting some random shit. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds really good, actually. I always kind of wanted to do something like that, but outside of like friend groups over the years or like non-family things. I've never actually done anything with that along the lines of like a Secret Santa. What the heck is up with this? Oh, it's because you have a custom uniform. I get it. Just go get normal metal uniform. Okay, let's get this unlocked again. I'm actually going to make a separate barracks right here. And I'm going to get the flags, which is my Marksdwarf squad training there. Instead of down here. I also need to check this squad. Some of them don't have crossbows, which I need to fix. Bars. Steel crossbow 10. And some breastplates while we're at it. Let's unforbid that. Unforbid this. Bragging rights is pretty valuable. But yeah, it's just like you go to hell, you can brag about the fact that you went to hell and did things in hell. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know what the hell they could be putting in a container, but they're putting something in a container, so good luck, Dwarf. Oh, you are dead, aren't you? Well, too late. Can't fix stupid, stupid. There goes my broker. Sorry, Freeways. You died pretty dramatically. Oh, now you're going out here. They should be in the burrow. What's going on? I have no idea what they're actually going for. There's something accessible within the burrow that they're going for, and I don't actually know what it is. That they shouldn't be going for, that they are going for. Well, whatever it is, that kid can run faster than the other dwarf, that's for sure. Yeah, they're a thing that's only in hell. They're the eerie glowing pits. They are a feature of hell. I'm actually kind of amazed how many people don't know what the eerie glowing pits are, but maybe I shouldn't be. Well, Maffel made it back in. Now you're trying again. Let's see, what are you going for? Because I actually don't know. It's this. I presume it was that. I don't know what else it could be. Run, kiddo! Well, or don't. Yeah, I don't know really what they're going for. It's odd to me, but oh well. Stranger things have happened. so this goes down to there. Okay, so what I need to do is this, basically. Once those are done. What are you hauling? Picking up equipment. Yeah, go give it a sip, Sass. Well, let me know how that goes for you. Need a purple stuff command? Ah, not really. I mean, this is one of those areas where basically everything is massive spoilers. Oh. Chat, we're maybe gonna die because somebody left their underwear. We can blame Riddle if the fortress falls because they left their pants in that room. So we can blame Riddle. Oh! Well, that was lucky. Did you see that? Blink and you missed it. Riddle left their underwear in this doorway. The dwarf set the dwarf up here on fire, Ghosty. Ghosty sacrificed herself. And it was distracted and the dwarves were able to stab it. And killed it. Rest in peanuts, Ghosty. Round of F's to pay respect for Ghosty. Because Ghosty saved the fort just now. And Cotton Eye Joe's been missing for a week? No idea what happened. Probably wandered off and died. So, to those of you, to the person who wanted the where did you come from, where did you go, Cotton Eye Joe, you can make that joke now. And also, can we get a round of Fs or, like, respects or of whatever flavor you prefer in the chat? Because, well, we need to pay him. The respects, that is. Oh, also Freeways has been missing for a week, so I should probably memorialize Freeways. This is one of those end goals where when you start doing them, you kind of just need to accept that we are going to lose some dwarves. The whole, like, we are digging into the caverns, we are breaking into hell, and we are going to go whole stupid directly into hell. And when you embark on a quest like that, well, it's just what you accept is inevitable. Possible death. We can't be doing too bad? If the population hits 0, then we're doing too bad. So we could be doing too bad. We just need to hit 0. So the thing I'm doing here is kind of a silly trick. It's like, I need to move these pants and this corpse out of the way for that door to close. So I'm just deconstructing and reconstructing the doors so that they rebuild them. I don't know if they grant more experience. Do not know. Somebody may have done the testing, though. I kind of doubt it. But that's just a suspicion. What was your last name? S. There you go. What's up, Tivo? Did I get the diamonds under the adamantine? I mean, if I go to my inventory and just type in diamond. It would help if I typed in the word diamond correctly. Let's see, we've got 61 large diamonds, 18 rough, and over 1,000 cut diamonds in the fort. So did I get them? Not all of them, but a lot of them. It's kind of hard to not mine at least a couple of them while it's just in the process of like digging through the adamantine. So having never been to Phoenix in July or Phoenix ever in any time of year, presumably not, because I think that there's like I don't think that Phoenix is entirely filled with like nothing but massive sinners. Wouldn't it be more like Las Vegas in July? Because that is Sin City, right? I think that from what I understand about people that I've known to have lived in Phoenix is it's not full of bad people. It's just people that kind of like need cheap rent, which are usually like people are there due to poor circumstance, not due to poor life decisions. Like you don't get forced to go live in Phoenix because you are a horrible person. I feel like you go to Phoenix because you need the cheap rent and nobody wants to live in Phoenix. Except for apparently, speaking of Phoenix, okay, so Atari exists, and they licensed their name to a lot of people when they had a worse person in charge of the company, and now they're like kind of actually doing some alright video gamey related things. But they licensed their name to make hotels, and apparently one of those hotels is actually happening now, and it's being built in Phoenix, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, because like who the fuck wants to go to Phoenix willingly for any reason? Do not give them money. They're on an investing like crowdfunding thing right now, but not involved with Atari at all, which is kind of hilarious. At least I think it's kind of hilarious. Because, yeah, they're currently, like, yelling about their so-called investment opportunity. Yes, yeah, I'm thinking, like, morally correct instead of, like, you know, whatever other correctness option there is there. But yes, it is quite... I almost went to Phoenix once, and that was back when I had a friend who was obsessed with hockey. And at the time, it was cheaper to go see the Coyotes play, including hotels and flights, than it was to go see the Canucks play. This was like 2010. So me and a friend of mine were like in the process of like trying to figure out the logistics of doing that and then decided not to. I mean, deserts in the winter are kind of nice, but... Krampus Jr., any pissed off, Dwarf? Krampus Jr. is the sequel to the original Krampus, except you play as a slightly smaller version of the character with a baseball cap. Anyway, Krampus Jr. is completely helpless in stressful situations, never becomes angry, has a strong feeling strong need to pay back favors done for him. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Is conflicted by this as he feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he's conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. He lives a fast-paced life, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is trusting, and he tends to avoid the company of others, and he is a friendly individual and conflicted by this for more than one reason. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of ruling the world. Oh. He personally believes that it is honesty is a high ideal, and I don't actually know how to satisfy dreams of ruling the world. Is a high ideal and believes that those are... and believes that peace is always preferable to war, respects perseverance, and doesn't care much about decorum. Everybody wants to rule the world. Anyway, he likes limestone, sterling silver, and squirrel, as well as muskox bone and battle axes, bucklers, quivers, and the words of the satiny scribe and the sound of the fenced fortress. And impossible prefers to consume carambola wine and absolutely hates slugs. And he has a very long hairs. His dad is dead, and his mother is a corpse in hell. Rip. Doesn't really care much except world domination. Well, the thing is, like, I don't actually know if it's possible to satisfy that need with world domination. Specifically. He never becomes angry, he just complains a lot. Sounds extremely boring. CMM, DMM. Also, you don't need DF hack to do that. You could just set your population cap to 7, strict population cap, whatever. But if you set your population cap to 7, you won't get any migrant waves. It'll just say no migrants this season. So that's all that the DF hack command does. Somebody in YouTube chat is trying to do a hermit run, which is yawn. But I mean, whatever gets you through the day. Inline love of old manuscript, the magic school bus, and talks endlessly about it. Wait, what are we talking about? So once this is done, I should have a more or less direct route into hell, which is exciting. For water. Literally got one more brick to make. In place. I kind of thought that the were-creature infestation was going to be a lot worse. Oh, also, if anybody's wondering why we have so much meat, it's because they're constantly butchering demons. So, like, if it jumps up by, like, 300, it's because, oh, we killed another hyena brute and they butchered its corpse. No, there's no cure for werebeasts. Once they're a werebeast, they're just a werebeast. The only way to cure them is by bashing them in the head until their head no longer exists. It is an incurable curse. Okay, so now what I can do is I can do this. It smells good out there, it seems. Then I'm gonna go Actually, let's just go all the way along here. Just go andesite with these two, just so that it looks a little bit more consistent. I could actually widen this. Whatever. Let's just see if it'll function first. In this map, it goes down to layer 96. What makes you think it would go down to 129? Minus 96 is as deep as this map goes. It depends on the map that you're in. It goes exactly as deep as the map that you're in goes. I don't know where you're getting the minus 129 number from, though. Unless that's a reference to something, perhaps. Is there a way besides building a butcher? So butcher beasts, the butcher tables will automatically butcher anything that's butcherable within a certain range of them, but they won't butcher things that aren't butcherable. So as long as it's butcherable and it's like not super far away from them, they'll do it. But if it's not butcherable, they won't do it. So there is no way to force something to butcher something that isn't butcherable. It's one of those, like, well, there is no way to force it things. If they're not butcherable, they're just not butcherable. The default thing is just make sure you have a butcher shop nearby where the corpses go, and they'll just butcher whatever's close there. Is it like random whether or not it's butcherable? If it's mangled or mutilated, it's not butcherable. For the same reason that, like, if you mutilate a deer, the meat's no longer good, right? Because you've, like, spilled the internal organs all over it. Not all bodies are butcherable, period. Some become butcherable when they're just skeletons, and then you get bones out of it. Is it random? No. Weapons that are more likely to mutilate are not going to provide butcherable meat as often. Like Forgotten Beasts, it highly depends on, once again, whether or not it's mutilated and the material that the creature is made out of. So, like, a Forgotten Beast made of rock isn't going to be butcherable because it's made of rock. A Forgotten Beast that's a giant deer would be butcherable if it's not mutilated. Once it rots, it's not butcherable anyway. It's the reason that, like, they use Mark Dwarves for hunting, because bolts don't mutilate, right? Whereas, like, Warhammers are extremely highly likely to mutilate. Something that's been mutilated also can't be resurrected, so it's the reason that I tend to use Warhammers if I'm fighting against a lot of undead, because it just pulverizes. So, yeah. But the reason, like, so there's a default task, Dirty Bum, which is like in the labors screen, more or less. It's in one of the standing orders screen, which is your butcher shops are automated, and so they don't like just pull from the entire map, because then, like, you know, you'd have a random butcher like it's 400 tiles away, like hauling an elephant. So you could disable that and make them only pull from certain like stockpiles and stuff. So there are ways to make butcher shops work from farther away, but they still need to be put into a stockpile. Well, mutilated can't be butchered, but they can absolutely be mutilated. There we go. Judge is placing Ghosty in a tomb. Although, fun fact, well-trained ferret, if a dwarf is hauling something, it won't rot. So just simply... Oh, that sucks. Just if you have a dwarf that's hauling something, just... Or rather, if you have a corpse, just make sure a dwarf hauls it. Also, they can use wheelbarrows to haul to corpse stockpiles. So if you put them into a wheelbarrow, they'll move it quicker if like that's part of your bottleneck and you need to, you know, use a wheelbarrow or something. You can transport it to your butcher shop stockpile quicker. Like, there's lots of ways around the problem that you're describing. It's just a matter of making sure things are set up in advance. But meat rots just as quickly as anything else. Okay, so let's get this pumping. Let's test this sucker out and see if any of this huge amount of time I've spent doing this has been worth it. So now I just need a brave little dwarfer to get over here and pedal their little feet. I may need to make this one tile thinner, which is fine. But if it gets more than 3 deep, which it seems to be, then these will start spinning. Well, 'tis official, chat room. We have a inconsistent and shit, but there's humans here to trade. It is a water supply. So we officially have a water supply in hell. With the caveat that it's not consistent, but it's getting there. Now I just need to get power to here. Well, let's see where we end up. Wait until hell freezes over. It's not a concern that we need to worry about, I'm sure. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. Did I add the newbies to the burrow? Yes, I did. Pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves, yada yada. And I'm going to pause the game real quick. Go up to here. Chad, are you guys anywhere near as amazed as I am that the population is as high as it is? Or am I just too, or that, not the population, that the moods are as good as they are? Everything considered. Yeah, I need to make this 1 wide instead of 2 wide. But, like, yeah, we beat hell. Like, we defeated the underworld, certainly. But, I don't know, I kind of was thinking that the moods would be a lot worse than they are. Like, I was feeling like, you know, the dwarves would be just more upset than this. Like, that's all. Oh, I see the issue here. Okay, hold on, let's just pause this. We're still alive, hell yeah. Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess, but... I don't know if it's necessarily a life worth living at the moment, but... I guess it's better than nothing? I guess so. Although for me, at the very least, it's a lot more, holy shit, we actually made it this far. Less of a, we're still alive, hell yeah, kind of thing. And Doran, the armorer, has been possessed. Fuck it. Actually not worth it. I really wish that they would get rid of that. Is anybody dumping stuff? Let's see. Nope. Oh, this might be considered outdoors. Let's also actually just do some kind of extreme settings here. Let's go standing orders, refuse and dumping, corpses, dump corpses. So instead of saving corpses, they now dump corpses. See how that goes. We've got an artifact being made by Doran. I'll keep an eye on them. And I'm also going to add just a garbage dump right there. And a garbage dump right here. Let me get rid of that one. And that one. There you go. It begins. They're trying to make statues where the dwarven gods for their temples, but the statues come out as someone completely different who created an artifact. Well, you have to make an image of the deity, so I would just make a custom image by clicking the little magnifying glass and then typing in the name of the deity and then making a statue of that deity. That's what I would do, but that's obviously not the only way to do it. Most of the dwarves are just dumping corpses now because I've told them to dump corpses. But this will clean things up. Like, let's see what percentage of the fort is currently dumping items. So this is how many corpses are just like scattered about the fort. In case you were wondering. I mean, a lot of this obviously is just refuse coming out of the corpse stockpiles, but yeah, I would go say like rock statue, you know, queue up a rock statue and then go queue and then type in new image and then historical figure and type in the name of the god. Or I would say specify new image if that doesn't work and then type in the name of the god and then name it and then go ship it. That'll make them do it. Because if you just say do an image of this person, they'll do it of that person, but it'll be like an event that that person was involved with, which might be a book being made of that thing or an artifact being dedicated to that person or something along those lines. But when you start saying things like, you know, a bit more specific things, then you get most likely what you're looking for, I would imagine. Glad it worked. I can be helpful once in a while. So essentially what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to get a direct line to where those pumps are in hell so that I can bring power from the underworld to that pump at the top so that I can get an infinite pump going. They're going to be working on this for a bit, I think. Yeah, I would describe that as definitely one of the more nonsensically esoteric things in Dwarfort. It's like consistently making images of artifacts is, or of a specific thing is just a endless struggle. Oh, great. Well, that wasn't really what I wanted then. Good news is this does seem to be shallow enough now to be less of an issue, but we'll see. Once I get all those corpses cleaned up and I get this water running. Amazing that's possible to do what? Sorry, I've just been kind of rambling for the last 5 minutes because chat's been really quiet. Sargu. Is anybody doing any shopping on Boxing Day? I'm in this weird spot right now where historically most of the things I would always buy around this time of year were always like computer parts, but they're all fuck you expensive now. So it kind of doesn't make much sense. You've been eating cheese and getting fat sounds lovely. Blame AI? I mean, can I be more specific than that? Can I just blame, like, greed or capitalism or... Okay, that's less specific. Can I just blame, like, Jensen Huang specifically? We're gonna get very rich, as he says. Or, like, why am I blanking on the OpenAI CEO? Oh, no. Well, that's a little annoying. Sam Altman, that was it. Yeah. Not main characterman. Definitely, because he's an alt. He's not a main. Thankfully, we ended up in a universe with Sam Altman and not Sam Mainman, because that would have been way more terrifying. Of the mins. The more you buy, the more you save. Well, if you're going to buy it anyway. You know, there are actually some instances where that is true. Like, I buy plant soap for my plants, right? I had the option between getting a 100 milliliter bottle, a 250 milliliter bottle, or a 1 liter bottle. I bought the 1 liter bottle, and price per volume is the cheapest, and I go through it the slowest because I have the mostest of it. So there are some instances where the more you buy, the more you save. Sam protagonist guy, that's just his life. And it is my nightmare too. Man, we must have ran out of adamantine because Doran the Armorer has created Iseth Savot, an iron shield. Right, I don't have a bookkeeper. Or a broker. All right, Judgy McMayer, I now have a record keeper and a bookkeeper again. And Aegis is going to go there. Because freeways went off and died. This is a valueless piece of shit shield that all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It isn't. It's funny how like my takes on like how valuable an item is just go down the further we get into a fortress. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and studded with iron and decorated with hyena monster bone and pigtail and encircled with bands of hyena monster bone and pigtail and yellow zircon cabochons and hyena monster leather. Hyena monster leather. On the item is an image of a peach-faced lovebird in hyena monster leather. On the item is an image of garlic in hyena monster leather. I think there's a lot of hyena monsters in that, chat. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but it feels like that dwarf had a lot of access to bits of hyena monster. Game's all like, I don't know, bolt thrower parts. I'm like, bolt thrower parts, these nuts. Okay, are we still dumping stuff? Is that what's still happening? Nope. Why aren't they making that? They should be able to get there. Oh. It's because they're trying to use those blocks that are right there, and they can't because they're not in the burrow. That would be why. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so... I'm trying to see how I could do this safely. I need to get this lava out of here, basically. Just don't let him meet up with Sam Controlman and Sam Deleteman. These are just, like, Death Stranding characters, though, Pruny Ben. Let's be honest. Sounds like an episode of Taskmaster. Could we have an episode of Taskmaster, but with just AI CEOs? I would watch that. Enemy is now haunting the fortress. Honestly, deserved. I deserve to be haunted. For clarity, I could get to those bodies and bury them. The reason I haven't is because they're all just in awkward places in the caves, and there's a lot of massive hyenas that shoot fire out there, and they're scary. Speaking of, how many are currently out there? Oh, actually, sorry. At the moment, it's mostly white brutes and Ember's monsters. White brutes are actually pretty weak, but... they're still scary. Okay, so let's go back to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping, save corpses again. And also actually... so, you see this other objects thing? I'm kind of curious. I don't believe I've ever actually enabled this setting. What do you think they're going to throw away if I enable dump other objects? Let's see. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods. Ooh. What is it? It is a large, jagged, twinkling metal gloves. Great. I guess. Sinewy nervous? I'm just curious. I don't actually know what it'll be. If anything, even. There doesn't seem to be any dump item job. I'm just going to set these dwarves to ready. So if they need to take a break, they can. Okay, let's go back to military. Reinstall those. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Front door's open. Welcome, Dwarfises. Okay, so that's gonna get dug out again. Child was found dead. That doesn't seem great. Oh. Well. I mean, it happens to the best of us, I suppose. Dear new migrants, don't... I love how, like... Okay, chat, I have a question. You're a dwarf, okay? So POV. You're a dwarf. You wander into a dwarven fortress, yeah? And there's bodies everywhere on the surface. And you get into the fortress itself, which has like this kind of crazy tunneling system that goes underneath an ocean. And you can hear like the weird creaking groanings of like eldritch horrors from beyond the grave that you couldn't have possibly imagined. And then you walk into the fortress and they're like, by the way, we have a tunnel to hell in the basement. You're like, excellent. And you run off into hell and start looting stuff. Or do you go, I think I'll stay inside the fortress and figure out like what the limitations are first. Because all of these new migrants, their first like key order is I have left stuff like unforbidden in hell, so it is my fault. But like I just love that their first like concept or thought of thing to do is just like, oh yeah, just like, you know, walk directly into the underworld and just like start looting bodies. Because, you know, what else are you gonna do? Stand around and act busy? Don't be silly. Very much so, Prudy. Just keep going down the stairs. Yeah, see where you end up. All right, well, there's now a bunch of blocks down here. But that means that I can do this, this, and we've made it. Toasted was put to rest. That's one ghost gone. Did I just see a demon out of the corner of my eye, or am I going crazy? I think I'm going crazy. All right. Oh, nope, I'm not going crazy. Also, oh, geez. So there's a hole in the ceiling, so there's now a demon in the fort. This is a white brute. White brutes are very large quadrupeds composed of snow. They have short horns and a gaunt appearance. I'm going to tell all of the soldiers to kill this thing. Let's hope that they kill it quickly. I will follow it. When this menu here disappears, it dies. The dwarves all charge in, and that's dead, dead, dead. Okay, I mean, 'tis the hazards of living in hell. We've got at least, two is dead, and Ubul, the brewer, is now a very noseless dwarf, and this dwarf is also dead. What are you doing up here, dwarf? I don't actually know. He must have been startled up there, so. Well, horrifying, terrifying, sad, upsetting. Just like that baby alpaca. I think that dwarf's also missing an eye. Maybe both their eyes? No, it's just his nose is gone. The good news is I should be able to bury them. Demon, no, the demon saw a way in and took it. And honestly, you know what? I respect it because I won't make that mistake again. I will close up that hole. It will no longer have that way in. Whenever a dwarf gets around to it. Oh, hey, we found Freeway's dead. Probably a cat walked over there or something. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 10-pack. There's a sale on. Appreciate it. That's the first notification of money in... Well, there was a resub 1 hour ago. 2 hours ago, there was another resub. It's the first gifted sub in 3 hours. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Happy holidays, mate. Just make sure they're doing the whole tomb thing. Yep, they are. That's good.
Crypt meal.
That threw me off because I don't think I've ever actually heard that emote being used, like, on text-to-speech. So that just threw me the hell off. Yes, cutest. Enjoy your meal. But, like, said in the voice of Gus. Enjoy your meal.
Crypt plotlin.
That's a plotlin. What you plotlin? Thanks for the 9th month. And the 64 months. The most Donkey Konga month. You know, I have a permanent connection in my mind with the video game Donkey Konga and Evanescence, because there's a video online of Evanescence playing Donkey Konga at E3 in like 2015 or something, or way before, whenever that game came out.
Goo subbings.
Bobble Page, thanks for the 34th month. Welcome back. And thank you very much for keeping those subscriptions alive or bringing them back. Apparently we're in an ad break. Hype trains are supposed to stop them, but maybe, like, timing was just terrible. But there is a hype train happening. So if you want an opportunity to get some emotes that you don't want attached to your Twitch account to make it harder to find the emotes that you do want, you could do that now by joining the hype train by cheering some bits or using a Prime sub or resubbing. I have this thing that's just a daily minimum, which I just haven't had to worry about since like the 24th. So thank you, Chad. It's very kind of you guys. What's up? Most of the map, because we were at the bottom of it. And also, I have to say thank you to the 281 of you tuned in here today on Twitch, and to the 130 of you on YouTube. That's a lot of people, so thank you for that. Thanks for hanging out. I'm chilling today, watching the stream and the riffraff. As for the hype train, it needs $13 in bits or 3 subscriptions to level it up. It's funny, I feel like I've been in a terrible mood all day, but not a terrible mood, but like I've been a little nippy today. So you saying that I'm killing it is a good thing. Speaking of nice vibe, there's sun reflecting off of a building across the street into my eye,
cheered.
and it hoits.
100.
I'm gonna adjust my blind.
Dumpster girl cheered. X.
Shinobi, thank you very much for the $1, and Dumpster Girl, thank you for the $1. So wait, are you a dumpster girl because you were found in a dumpster, or do you live in a dumpster? Like, are you willingly a dumpster girl? Or are you... I'm gonna stop asking these questions now. I've got too many thoughts. I mean, I fixed it now. Michelle Star. Yeah, I'm back in range now. I mean, I am getting blasted by a sunray still. Yeah. Just not been in a great mood today. Some days I'm just not in a good mood. And today's just been one of those days. And Eric, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Okay, this needs to be dug through. The sun is a powerful adversary. It's also a deadly laser, I've been told. I mean, I think I better quit letting shit slip or you'll be leaving with a fat lip. If that's where we're going with that. Ilmirin. Happens to the best of us and the worst of us. Don't forget about the worst of us. Dirty Bum, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Cheers us. I appreciate you. I also appreciate the sass. It might not always seem like I do, but trust me, I do. Okay, so next I'm going to go to is Strand. And just whenever there's 10, do 10. Wafer. Once again, we're just going to keep this really simple. Whenever there's 10 strands, do 10. Nothing fancy at all. Just whenever there's 10, do 10. Because we're still mining out all of this slowly. The keyword here is slowly. Watch a bunch of fire-breathing bullshit come out of this.
Narvicus cheered. X100. Crypt beer.
Narvicus, as the lady robot says. Narvicious, as I've said in the past, regardless of if that's correct. Thank you very much for the $1. You up here. Check the stone for heat. What devilry be that? That's fine. Nothing major. Let's do these. Let's do those. Leave those for the mow. You not connected somewhere? Okay. Then you down at the bottom. Power. Uh-oh. That sounds bad. We're digging and then suddenly there's just like people dying. That can't mean anything good. And there's a dwarf on fire. Uh-oh. 2 dwarf on fire. Uh-oh. Lava somewhere. Uh-oh. 3 dwarf on fire. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is my biggest issue with it taking so long for lava. They really need to be... I really hope at some point we get some changes made so that dwarves are more keen to run away when lava spills into an area. Because it does kind of suck. Just losing all of your miners in one fell swoop like that. Because, like, they were just standing there. And didn't know how to move out of the way. It's one of my bigger current peeves at the moment. What was the warning in there? Lava started pouring out of this hole right here, which is fine, but a bunch of dwarves burnt up because they were stuck mining adamantine. So instead of like finishing their task quickly and running, which is normally what they would do, they just burnt to death. So I just lost like, what, 4 dwarves? 3 dwarves? Something like that? I think it was 3. Yeah, 3. Because we were at 165. But we just had something and a baby? Okay, 4 dwarves actually. There it was, just existing. I mean, hey. 22 seconds left on the hype train chat. It needs $14 in bits or 13 subscriptions. Level up regardless. Thank you very much for the second hype train of the stream. I think that's the second. Unless I have the memory of a goldfish, which some days I do. Okay, so you all ZV up here. And I have acquired whatever this is, courtesy of the hype train. Mineral greed got the best of them. Yeah, they were just entranced by the beauty of the adamantine. Those miners yearned greedily and too deeply. That or maybe they were chilly and they wanted to warm up. You know? Maybe that's what happened. We're kind of cold. I'm like, this lava's warm. Maybe I should just dig through it. What could possibly go wrong, you know? Okay. Well, with all that done, coal the miner's been missing for a week. I wonder why. Strange. Just keep slowly deconstructing these and moving them down. And this requires 72 power to function. I have 2, like, water wheels in here. This goes down to here. Let's see if this will generate enough power on its own. It should. So Dwarf will pump this. And then this will fill up with water pretty quick. And when these start spinning, then the dwarf up here, probably already did, whoopsies, abandons their post because it's automated now. And I now have a self-powered pump here. And there we go. Not bad. Do you like the new emote, cutest? Yeah, crypt typing is a recent-ish addition. I wonder, actually. If this will spray this dwarf. Might be able to get another pump into here, or another water wheel into here, actually, as well. And then it flows down here and off map. Yeah, I could probably get another one right here. It's not quite close enough, to be honest, but that's fine. It's not really the intended point of this. Let's get another water wheel running, though. Because I should be able to do this and that. I should also be able to do that and that. This is going to take them forever. I like doing infinite energy. I just don't like making the tiny little, how do I put it? Like infinite generators. Because those just feel cheesy as hell. What am I going to do with all that power? Well, one, that's like no power. What am I going to do with it? Well, I'm going to extend that, like the reservoir thingy. And I'm going to use it to, well, one, it's a source of water. Two, but mostly it's going to be a, I'm probably just going to build like build out a little area right here that's going to have a little mist generator right here. It's probably actually all I'm going to do. Like, not very exciting, but we do quite badly need a mist generator. And I guess this will be farming space. But yeah, I do quite badly need a mist generator, and I see this as like a good spot for like a mist Jenny, basically. On how you use orders and the labor menu. You try to automate too much. If you over-automate the game, you'll end up automating yourself into like a unwinnable, well, maybe not unwinnable, but unfixable situation. So don't over-automate it. Don't overthink it. I'm just going to get rid of this for the moment. I don't really know how to like explain it to you. I mean, I don't do super complicated things. I've also deleted 90% of my orders because I had to like completely redo chunks of this fort, so I'm kind of building back up from zero. Currently, I just have a very basic process plants job, which just processes processable pigtails. A very basic make brew skis when too low in alcohols, and then two for adamantine. But like, I don't know. Don't try to over-automate things, because if you try to over-automate things, you will automate the game into not functioning consistently. Is maybe the best thing I could say. If you're trying to over-automate things, then you're more ambitious with the system than I am, and I've got thousands of hours in this game. So I don't really know, I guess, what you're looking for advice-wise. Well, that's unfortunate. There's just some goddamn gems right there. Do not over-automate it applies to your coding as well. Well, I mean, that I can't speak to. I mean, I did have a page and a half not too long ago, Lazy G. But I would just say build out systems slowly. And if things stop working, you may have over-automated them. Like, something that I often point out to people, which makes old school players sometimes like have a brain aneurysm, is I basically do no specific jobs. Like, if I have one dwarf that I specifically want doing something specifically, then I will assign that one dwarf to that one workshop, and, like, instead of giving general work orders to every workshop, just go to that one workshop, which, I don't know, in this case, for sake of argument, we'll just say, like, work orders, set their work orders and automate it in here, and then set that worker to this specific workshop. That's the only way that I specify things. I don't do too many task specializations because I find then just dwarves end up doing nothing. You suggest automating in a way that you always preserve a kind of resource for strange moods. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to comment on or point out, I guess. I don't disagree with that. All right, what was the thing I was gonna do? All right, I've got dwarves I gotta memorialize. He-Man and enemy. I think enemy's already done. I will say that, like, there's a lot of systems in this game that are kind of designed to break your automation. So automate to the best of your ability, but the only things that I guaranteed am going to automate every single fort is either cotton cloth or rope reed cloth, which is basically just have looms and then a farmer's workshop that you can tell to make cloth for you. Did I just set torch more dwarves? I hope not. I don't think so. Anyway, that's thing number one. Thing number two is cloth of some sort. And then the last one of those, for me anyway, the last one of those would be, how the heck are they getting over there? Oh, I guess that, duh. And then the last thing that I almost always automate is just drinks, and then often food as well. But I don't usually do food right away. Food is like the second or third thing that I do. Well, you need some form of cloth, right? Like, that is kind of a necessary thing for, like, the survival of a fortress long term. Cloth is very important. It's like you either need cloth, silk, or like you need to get, like, livestock so that you can have cloth or silk. Oh, that sucks. So I don't know. I feel like those are important things for the consistency and future of a fortress. All right, so speaking of, dwarves have decided to trade. So we're going to go Oba to here. I'm going to do some selling. So I haven't really had a successful trade in a hot minute. So these dwarves are going to get a lot of clothing given to them. And then I'm going to do something else probably that's going to make somebody in chat faint. So there's a pretty foolproof method of getting rid of clothing and, like, filtering out all the clothing. Simply put, dwarves don't claim base level clothing if there's a higher quality one available. They will go for whatever the highest quality, least tattered clothing is. I'm going to set up a thingy that automatically disposes of low quality clothing regardless of if it's damaged or not, because that will clean up these significantly. Holy shit, Star Ruby amulets, Rock Salt amulets, you'll have to see those. The Forgotten Beast amulets. Theropod Demon Hyena Monster, oh, that's good. Love the bone amulets. Made out of demon parts. I don't know, chat. What's the first thing you automate when you start a new fort? I usually automate making clothes. The way I do it generally is I will just, like, queue up half of my population of each type of clothing that they wear and that I want them wearing per year. So if I have 100 dwarves, then I'll queue up, like, 50 shirts, 50 skirts, 50 loincloths, 50 hats, 50 cloaks, 50 dresses, whatever per year, per dwarf, 50 socks per year, out of whatever my most consistent material is. That's how I do it. The other way to, and then I just sell off the excess and use it as a trade good. The alternative to that would be don't sell or don't make them if you have too much clothing already in the stockpile, but that doesn't necessarily account for damaged clothing, so you have to make sure that you're selling off damaged clothing then, because filtering damaged to not damaged is not good. Do you not use DF hack at all? This is DF hack. I just think that the automators for DF hack are annoying because it feels like the game's playing itself for me, and a lot of the time it gives me too much information. I don't really give a shit what the like specific experience of a dwarf is. And I don't need the game like alerting me when there's one hostile entity on the map. Like, I find that to be like kind of antithetical to how I play this game. So I use it for debugging things and speeding the game up for the sake of the audience, but like I think it's completely unnecessary. Which is maybe like my most controversial opinion / hottest take, but you know, makes the game feel like I'm not playing it anymore. I mean, if you have a very small population, that like 120 drinks is more than plenty, YouTube chat. How do you get them to pick clothing up? They will pick up clothing if they don't already have a piece of that clothing, then they'll pick up whatever's available. So if they don't have underwear and there's underwear on the ground, it doesn't matter how tattered it is, they will put it on, which is disgusting of the dwarves, but they do it. You don't get them to pick something up. Like, they will replace items on them that are damaged with new items. Unless they are not greedy in the slightest, then they'll wait for them to get slightly more damaged. See that Forgotten Beast just like fly by right there? That's kind of funny. Oh, there it is. Hello. Hello, monster. What's up, big toothy? See you later. It's hard to say. I know furniture. I don't know clothing. I know that like bones take 250 years to completely turn to dust, unless they're in a refuse stockpile. Then they degrade 400 times as quick. And wooden furniture takes 400 years to turn to dust. So about every 250 years or so, you should replace your beds. But I don't know about clothing. All I know is that like the rate of deterioration in clothing accelerates rapidly in an upset fortress where there's a lot of fights, because clothing acts as armor and clothing blocks incoming damage and then takes the damage itself. Same with armor, unless it's an artifact. So like if the dwarves are brawling with relative consistency, their clothing will fall apart pretty quick. Have I ever had a bed deteriorate? Yeah. Well, I mean, the most common deteriorated beds are like because somebody tantrumed and punched it a bunch, but I've kept forts for 100+ years alive before. I hate doing it and won't do it again, or don't want to do it again really, but I've definitely, I mean, my longest running fortress ever was Long Death, and it was 470 something. I can't remember the exact end date, but we had to replace the beds every, I don't know, 110 years or so in that fort, because they would have like 2 large X's by the end of that point, which is like enough that like dwarves aren't sleeping properly anymore. FPS death? FPS uneducated, more like. No, the reason I ended that fort was because the Steam version came out. So, wasn't really any reason to keep playing it. It ticked you off the first time you made adamantine clothing and it fell apart. I mean, adamantine armor will fall apart eventually too. Don't need those. I mean, isn't it like the 27th for you now, Letterin? I'm pretty sure everything that you trade for is considered new. And I say that as pretty sure because I'll be honest with you, I never thought about it, but I've never seen a damaged item arrive as part of a trade caravan, so. I find that DF hack causes more bugs than I fix with it. The main thing that I use for DF hack is just speeding the game up when things are boring or slow or annoying. In regards to what YouTube chat is babbling about. But I personally find the features and automations that it adds to be annoying at best and useless at worst. So I know a definition of RMA. What does RMA mean in this context? You mean like return items to like traders? What? Like I'm trying to think like it's like, oh no, like Urist punched the piano and now it's got a hole through the middle of it. We know how to return this. Is that what you're saying? That sounds like needlessly complicated even for this game. What do we got going today? Crying at my population falling mostly, but I may or may not have built a construction in hell. So there's that. Yeah. That. The last time I had to RMA something was because I had an MSI 780 Ti and it shot a jet of fire out of the side of it. I didn't overclock it or anything. It just went pop. Apparently it was a known defect in that line of cards that I was unaware of. But thankfully they had an RMA office like just a couple kilometers away from where I used to live, so it was not expensive postage. And they literally just sent me a new card. What is amazing about that is it didn't take the rest of the computer out with it. And it happened during a stream. So I was streaming and then I just heard a crack and then looked down and I saw a jet of fire coming out of my computer and looked up and my computer was off and the stream had gone offline and I looked back down and the fire was gone. And then I was like, well, that seems bad. And then I turned the computer back on and it was fine, but it didn't register a graphics card. And then turned the stream back on and chat was just like, what happened? And I was like, about that. And then people were like, oh shit, is there a clip? And I was like, no, the computer went offline before the fire came out of computer. Also, computer was at my leg. I say jet of fire. It was like maybe that much. It went and was done. It was like half second or something. It was like a big capacitor went basically. A bit catastrophically, but anyway, a dwarf has been possessed. Unknowingly. Today I learned that's an addition that you could have knowingly bought. I'm Curious if I dig through this, if it'll give me a window into the underground. Good luck there, Dwarf. Video card casts flamethrower. I know this isn't where you're intending these to go, but my mind is just playing King Gizzard lyrics now, so just thought I'd let you know. Okay, so this is now connected, meaning I think the way I'll do this is this. Not just strictly that. Let's do you and you. And then build 2 wall pieces right here. So there's like demon bits everywhere in here. I'm a little distressed that the dwarves haven't gotten rid of these yet. Like, truthfully. A little bit distressed by this. Yeah, let's do that. So this is where I'm gonna try and put a mist generator. Try is the important word here in this sentence. Because I want Going to Hell to be a positive mood buff for everybody. Oh no! You missed the pre-Steam version. Well, you can go play it. Anyways. If you miss it, go play it. I remember playing DF in college on a laptop, assigning digging out 2x2 bedrooms fucking quickly on a keyboard, trying to watch your fingers going ham on the keyboard. Yeah. I mean, you can still do that, because you can still use keyboard mode, and you could still set up a macro to do that with the dig tool. Got more migrants. I mean, you can still enable keyboard mode, right? So if you were, where did they put that setting? It might be under game. Keyboard cursor enabled, right? And then you just type, or I think it would be M, like D or whatever the dig command is. And then you can use the numpad to like do this, that. Okay, so what I could do now is I could just go over here a little bit just to show as an example, and then go Control R, and do this. and then Control R, and then Control P, Control P, Control P. So you can still do that. Like, if that's something that, like, you require for your existence, you can do that, but not the entire game is hotkeyed anymore, so you can't, like, do as comprehensive stuff, but I don't even remotely miss the older versions of the game. It ran like shit. It was impossible to explain it to people. I miss the nerd cred a little bit. People used to go, whoa, when you said that you played Dwarf for it, and now it's like, oh, that's about it, but that's just me being neurotic. Fucking A, dude. I was listening to Dead Quiet last night. Although the other band that I've been yelling about recently is Crown Lands. Back up to 170 dwarves. You love to see it. Let's just get these dwarves into the burrow. I mean, like, a lot of history came from the older versions of the game, so it's like, it's not one to knock it, but there are elements of those old games that I miss, but the improvements made to this version of the game so vastly outweigh the few things that my silly nostalgia tells me that I miss, that, like, yeah, I get a little perplexed mostly when people say that they miss those older versions. It's like, because to me at this point, it's like a did we even play the same game kind of thing. Because, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. This computer can't pull 30 frames a second with 270 plus dwarves on older versions of the game because of how poorly optimized it was. And, like, I only go below 50 when there's crazy shit happening. Like, I went below 50 during a hell invasion. Briefly. When I drain the ocean, it goes down to like 10 frames a second for a minute and then goes back up to 60. Like, I can build on floors without having to deconstruct them.
Getting old.
Damn right. You and me both, mate. Like my hair. Thanks for the 70th month. Hope you had a good holiday. Well, the beauty of it, Bannigan, is you can still go play those old versions. They all still exist. They're all archived. So if you miss it, go play it. But I'm not going to be somebody who's going to agree with the feeling of missing it because I couldn't disagree more. I'm so much happier with these versions of the game than the old versions. I always just kind of feel like I'm a bit of a dick when these kinds of conversations come up, but it is genuinely how I feel, so. Like, at this point, the most dismissive I can be about it is just, like, some people are just sad that they lost their nerd cred. And I do think there's actually, like, kind of a lot of truth to that feeling. But I was listening to an interesting discussion on a podcast recently, which is basically about, like, people claiming ownership of something and becoming very attached to it and then upset when it changes. Like, the people who like MMOs are a great example of this, because no matter how many improvements are made to that MMO, they will find a reason to be mad about the improvements, whether they were truly improvements or negatives. Or if something isn't absolutely the highest possible quality it could have been according to them based on what they wanted from that game. Reading the things that they have to say about it, you'd think that their life had just been ruined. Because, like, the thing is changed or had new things added. Sure, I don't think I've ever actually seen RuneScape 3 moving outside of screenshots, but totally. But like, you know, cartoons are also an example of this, TV shows. Like on paper, something could be 100% better than it was before. You wanted a crafter or food handler? Beard or no beard? I've got stone crafter, wood crafter, metal crafter. Which one you wanted? Yes, I can see. Thanks, Letterand. Jesus H. fucking Christ. Give me a minute to finish my thought. God damn it, you backseating son of a... Hi, nice to meet you. How are you? You want the beard? I mean, I could give you an armorer. I got tons of bearded armorers. They're just not specifically crafters. I mean, if I miss for 10 minutes, then yell at me. But if it's been like 90 seconds, calm your friggin' typing fingers down for a sec, okay? I mean, I got lots of options for armorers. Metal crafter cat. You would like Cyril? That lady? I mean, she doesn't have a beard, but she has an eyebrows that is as big as a beard. Eventually, yeah, Rook. Your fingies are bored, though? We'll talk about something. Doesn't have to be how I didn't name somebody a dwarf in under 3 seconds. I think that things that... I mean, I get excited when I see a Linux terminal YouTube chat, but I think that things that limit the game's potential to move forward are negative, and I think that the older versions of the game were limiting the game's potential to move forward. I don't think it would have sold close to 1 million copies, or just over 1 million copies if you don't count refunds, if it still had the old UI. So this is Rook. She has a very calm demeanor and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since she values friendship. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she can handle stress. She has an active sense of humor and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to assume only tenuous emotional bonds. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and begins to talk louder when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally would have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. She finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful and values honesty and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Been watching Survivor Man lately? How many seasons did that show have? She likes porcelain and bismuth bronze and cat's eye and clear glass and guinea fowls for their social nature. Were you ever able to fix the broken gnome boy that you dropped? It looked sad. When possible, she prefers to consume black-handed gibbon and blueberry wine. I like blueberry wine. And blood gnats. Hates blood gnats, rather. Your husband is Reg. He's a very regular one. And you've got an only daughter. And you're currently eating a plump helmet. Very dwarfy. Glad you liked it, plus 46. Who are the unsung heroes of a fortress? What, like this fortress? The unsung heroes? Probably the children. Honestly, like, they clean up so much shit for the adult dwarves. Oh man, that's annoying. But yeah, I would say probably the children. Oh, I guess I missed it. I missed the mended photo of it. Glad that gnome got mended, though. It just looked really sad. Okay, so that's a little bit annoying. I've hit the semi-molten rock here. The good news is I should be able to set up a Miss Jenny. Right there, basically. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Uh-oh. I don't even know where this lava came from. Are you still on fire? Stop, drop, and roll, Dwarf. You're on fire. Yep, there you go. I'm just going to extinguish this dwarf. So that we can just bury the body, just so that I don't need to manually bury it. K-U-B-U-K. Oh, you were a lie maker, not even the one that I thought I was assigning. Whoops. You get unforbidden. There you are. Oh, you already have a grave. Okay, well, that's good. Lava leaves remains. I literally used DF hack to put the fire out so that I could get remains instead of having to memorialize it because I'm getting annoyed with having to deal with all these ghosts. So does lava leave remains? No, that's why I used DF hack to put the lava out. I mean, unless the dwarf got ripped apart by something, but... This fort had a lot of casualties? Yeah. Dozens. Tis part of the fort, though. Also, kind of comes with the territory of, like, you know, building a fortress in hell and all that. Yeah, I already removed it. I was way ahead of you there. Uh-oh, dwarf just tantrumed and broke a thing. Ah, it's throwing a tantrum because they were possessed by a ghostly armorer named Ming! One Meng to rule them all. And in the fortress, mildly annoy them. Oh, never mind, Truist. You know, it kind of proves me right sometimes in my brain, because sometimes when we do talk about older versions of the game and how fast you used to be able to play with the keyboard without having to use the mouse, and then I managed to like disable zones and like remove things faster than chat can notice that I'm even clicking it. It's like, I think I might actually be faster with this version of the game, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, you got skin, rough gems, more skin, right? Yep, leather skin. What's last? Bones, got it. What else have you grabbed? Adamantine, sapphires, zircons, hyena leather, hyena monster leather. Hyena monster! What's up, Danny Flores? I do find that kind of amusing, though, that I seem to be able to consistently deal with stuff faster than chat can notice. Enemy was put to rest finally. Most of the negative moods at the moment, from what I can tell, are because of, like, ghosts, like this guy. I don't know. I mean, it would be nice if the entirety of the game was hotkeyed. I don't think I'll ever play fully with the keyboard again. Unless for some reason I ended up playing this game on a netbook. But if I'm streaming on a netbook, that means that my computer died, and I think I've got bigger problems if I'm playing on a netbook. Because, I don't know. I'm also a weird, unique case where, like, this game is my job. So, me playing this game is different than most people playing this game, you know? Like, I play this game because it is my work, right? So. Okay, so you're right here. Use that block. This up here. And a sight. Although, before I do that, let's suspend this. And deconstruct that. Actually, let's just get rid of this for a sec. Let's just get rid of that first. Because that's what I need to get rid of. And I need to put a gear in there. There you go, another ghost was put to rest. Excellent. What causes water wheels to disassemble? A ghost possessed a dwarf and made that dwarf tantrum, and then that dwarf broke it. Or destroying its supports. If you destroy the gear that it's connected to, that'll break it. But in this case, I've got ghosts in the fort. So, crime is what causes them to disassemble. Same with the axles next to it was crime. That's okay. It's now an opportunity to color coordinate it. Can get rid of that ghost. It's currently causing us problems. Sure, I mean, anything that would cause it to lose its structural integrity. Like, because knocking over, lifting up a gear would cause it to break, right? What do you need after bones? More bones, maybe? Bones, yes. What's after bones? More bones. Ah, okay. Got agitated giant monarch butterflies, so that's kind of cool. Well, they certainly build the fortress's character. I think they like also cause mass hysteria. I think like when it comes to me and control of this game, Sargano, it doesn't matter what I like or what I miss or how I feel about this game. What matters is a lot of people are capable of enjoying it now. And I think that that outweighs any personal feeling of, do I miss playing this game in this particular way? And sometimes, sure, maybe. But for the vast majority of the time, the important thing is, are people enjoying it? Are more people enjoying it than before? If yes, then that is the more important thing by a factor of 100. Maybe more. Let's pause game because we're in an ad break now. YouTube's commenting that siege engines next to the mist generator is interesting. To me, it's like siege engines and also just like access points to heavily populated areas are the most important uses for them. That to me is the most important. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, my nostalgia is not as valuable as more people being able to play this game. We're just kind of talking about, like, the old control scheme versus the current one, because the humanity is only capable of having, like, maybe a dozen conversations at a time. Go now? So, Sir Go now? Like that? I have no idea how to say your name, so I'm just making shit up, to be honest. So, if there's a proper way to say it, feel free to tell. I'm going to speed my life up, and the dwarves' life up considerably. Because right now they're walking all the way around this, and it's a lot of foot traffic, but it's been a while since any super scary things came directly out of hell. So we're gonna fix that. Thanks, Dirty Bum, for your very helpful statement. Or Captain Obvious. So this dwarf right here, it's got dog bone, giant emu bone, hyena monster leather, yellow zircons, star sapphires, more leather, tower cap logs, and adamantine wafers. Let us hope that they make something good. Dead dwarves are all labeled as eunuchs, so if you're seeing me scrolling through lists of dead dwarves, they're all eunuchs. because a dwarf that is dead is a eunuch. So are some of my dwarves eunuchs? Not that I'm aware of, but dead ones are listed as eunuchs because they're dead. They're not capable of having children once they're dead. This isn't Ghostbusters. Zulban Datolol, the armorer, has created Nethmusnar Asmil Nittig, an adamantine greave, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I'm going to give that to my Baron. I mean, Duke. And also that and that. Well, maybe not that and that. That and that, because my soldiers aren't using them anymore. As far as those greaves go, they're very expensive. This is an adamantine greaves. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hyena monster leather and encircled with bands of adamantine and radiant cut star sapphires. And giant emu bone and dog bone. On this object menaces with spikes of tower cap and hyena monster leather. On the item is an image of an octahedron in yellow zircon. There's like multiple levels of rhyming in that. Was right? So that being was right implies that you are no longer right. Checkmate, dirty bum. Not anymore, as I like to remind people. So now we are significantly more efficient, as they are just going to walk straight this way. Could also make another staircase that just goes directly up to here. And then directly... Where did that pop out? It would pop up basically right there. Oh, damn. I mean, it would go through that area. Is there an elevation that hell starts at? Sure, but that's unique to every map. It's related to your proximity to... it's entirely related to your proximity to sea level. And that's going to be unique for just about every fort. I think that'll work. But instead, actually, what I'm going to do is this. So that I can have an on-off switch for this sucker. Yeah, it was right 45 minutes ago. Now it's no longer right. But for this fortress, hell begins at... this level. So 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. I've had forts though where it's like minus 30 is where the opening to hell is. It, like I said, it's related entirely to your relation to your proximity to sea level, and that's going to vary from fort to fort. So that needs to be reclosed. This, I'm kind of concerned, is going to cause some flooding. So let's replace those with walls. Yak? Who let a yak in? The Faceless Child bug was fixed and then came back and then was fixed again. is currently fixed. Unless you're playing on an older version or something weird happens. I mean, sometimes bugs have a habit of cropping up again. Like, most recently, like, mothers dying because they got baby AI when they had a baby. They literally became a baby, which is just walk in circles until you die of stress, basically. Or starvation, whatever comes first. That bug has come back twice now, which sucks, and I feel pretty bad for Tarn, but it's also really funny. So, like, on one hand, I feel bad for Tarn. On the other hand, I don't really feel bad for Tarn because it's really fucking funny. You'll love to see these big dances. It's glorious. Okay, so let's get this hooked up and then give it a pull. So this will create 300 power. And currently to run, it needs 128. Which, it's almost ready to roll. And this right here goes all the way down. All right, let's get this sucker pumping. Yeah, being infected with baby brain is a very dangerous predicament for a dwarf. All right, chat, can I get a big round of water in the chat, please and thank you. J20, we're about to pour some water into hell. Thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers as well for the raiders? Stay hydrated. So the second this generates some power, it should kick this dwarf out of here. Because it's now producing 100 power. And there we go. It's now producing 200, 300. Which is now filling all this up. Let's hope there's no spillage. And this is all powered, which is good. I'm actually going to cancel that. And then I can go here and go pit pond. And pit pond. Set these both as a place to put water. Also, there's a floor piece I'm missing here. Because I don't really want this thing to get broken by something mean that shows up. For sake of completion, let's also go here. No, not a window. Gem window. There we go. Let's just get, I don't know, some sort of diamond, probably. Unlucky there, dwarf. Is this day one of this? This is year 16? I can't remember when exactly I started this fort. I want to say it was like 2-3 weeks ago, like mid-December. So no, this is not day one of this. I mean, like, this is the surface. I did a bunch of stuff up here earlier on. I built all of this. So no, this is not day one of this. This is not a new fort. But I am building a fortress in hell. It took me like, maybe 2 weeks? Week and a half to get into hell? It was a good, like, 4 or 5 streams to get into hell. Of full, like, 6-7-ish hour streams. I mean, it's still a fair question. I mean, if you're just going off of the title. could see why you could come to that conclusion. 6-7. You heard me. Yvel. Everybody out here just copying their kids and nieces and nephews. Y'all are too old to know what that means anyway. All right. Well, hopefully we can get back on the direction of recovery for the moods of this fortress. Instant ban? I don't know. We're all adults here. I think that keeping up with the kids is good. Or rather, not necessarily keeping up, but like, at the very least, having a willingness to learn is good. Because that's how you maintain some sense of youth. And I think that's a good thing. So there's some Embers monsters all the way the fuck over there. I think, how many tasks are the dwarves actively doing? They're either reading or they're vibing. I think we just let the dwarves hang out for a wee bit. I think that Twitch is one of two things. I think Twitch is either like kids or adults being ironic about kids. Because like a lot of kids do watch Twitch, right? Like that is a lot of demographics of a lot of different channels out there. But I am of the headspace that is Twitch made up entirely of kids? No. But there are plenty of kids who make up good chunks of the Twitch community. Although, speaking of keeping up with the kids, one of the unironically funniest things anybody ever said to me in a comment was I had somebody comment on one of my videos, like one of my bigger, more edited videos, where they basically said, I really want to like your content, but I absolutely hate it. Was how it started. And then they continued the comment with, this game is played by mature adults, not immature children. Every single time I hear you use words like yeet or referring to things like snakes as a snack, this was their wording, more or less, I lose brain cells and become less of an intelligent human being. You should respect the actual audience that you have for your videos instead of trying to pander to one that doesn't exist. To which I have to say, I think some people find it funny, ironically. So I try to keep up with it for two reasons. One, I don't know, I like to know what the kids are saying, because I used to be a kid and used to say a lot of slang. And two, I think that, like, there is a irony to it that's funny. That was the same day that somebody else also left a comment on my videos saying, this guy talks like a Zoomer and looks like a Gen Xer. I'm just sitting there going like, my God, that's the most, like, calling me a millennial comment you could get. Also just going to change the angle of one of my lamps so I don't look orange. Yeah, that's better. I think that there's a lot of comments that people leave on YouTube videos that are unintentionally extremely rude. And sure, that's one of them, but... I'm just in that weird age category that I think every generation has a chunk of where, like, on paper, I'm a millennial, but, like, my little sister's the first era of Zoomers. Like, I missed being a Zoomer by like 3 years. So like, I'm just in that weird category where there's kind of no winning. Nobody's gonna trust me, and everybody's gonna kind of be like, you aren't a millennial, you're too young, or you're not a Zoomer, you're too old. And it's like, well, I guess I can't win. I'm just be happy you're not a beta, okay? That's gonna be the most cursed generation. I feel bad for the betas. You're an aged millennial? A zillennial? Better than a billennial. Sometimes you eat a dwarf or two? Oh, certainly. I mean, like, as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress, there's always been a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that is, like, a bunch of children. And it always, like, shocks the neckbeards when they're just like, wait, hold up a second. you're how old and you've been playing the Dwarf Fort for how long? Some parents just start them young, I guess. So this is where the fortress moves on a pathway to recovery. We have a chance, chat. I remember, like, there was an era, just kind of playing off of the comment that J20 just said in chat about how they used to play Dwarf Fortress when they were 12. There was an era where, like, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit was mostly just people... Circle jerking is, like, a mean way to put this, but that's essentially what it was. It was, like, circle jerking that they knew how to play Dwarf Fortress, right? And trying to convince other people and help people learn the game. But also, like, constantly going on about how hard it was to learn. Because, like, you can't, like, you know, discount the amount of time that they obviously put in to learn this game. And its difficulty. And then memes about how hard the game was. And then there was somebody at one point who just posted a photograph of a parent, like, the back of the head of their 11-year-old daughter on a netbook with no numpad playing Dwarf Fortress. And said that, like, with the caption more or less saying, like, my daughter was kind of interested in the game that I was playing and asked how to play, and so 4 hours later, she's building a fortress. And I maintain that that might actually be one of the funniest threads I've ever seen, because it's just like... Green screen back a little bit. Like, all these people going on about how hard this game is to learn and how, like... intense of a process it was for them to learn how to play it, followed by just like, yeah, my 11-year-old's playing after about 40 minutes. Does a notebook even handle this? I don't know. There's some pretty... It depends on how low you're willing the frame rate to go down to. There's some pretty decently powered notebooks. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't... The wild thing about Dwarf Fortress is that it doesn't require a ton of computing power, right? Like, it's only using, like, at capacity, it only uses about 12% of my CPU. Like, when it's, like, capped out. Looking at BTOP right now. It's not even using 6% of my CPU. So as long as you have, like, a decent clock speed on whatever processor that thing has in it, like... Yeah, it'd run. Maybe not well. But yeah, just play, like, a 2x2 map and, like, set your population cap to, like, 120 and, like, you know, do, like, not the longest history and play on a smaller world. Yeah, absolutely. Neil! Thank you very much for the raid. It's very kind of you. How was your stream today? What were you up to? If you like trains, go follow Neil. Holy shit, 102 months.
Good Neil TV raid. Let's bring in some good.
Good lord,
Neil
man.
TV raid, Neil TV, good Neil TV.
Hey, chat, can I get 102 beers for 102 months? I'm not gonna lie. That makes me feel old. You know, we're talking about, like, feeling old and, like, all that stuff. I think me realizing how long I've been a Twitch partner and having a sub button in general makes me feel older than most things. Like, holy shit, man. Well, I mean, we're going to share with the class. Bonesaw. It's not like we're going keg diving. Come on now. What's funny is like the difficulty cliff meme is like a bad Photoshop of another meme referring to a completely different game. Violet in YouTube chat. I can't find somebody in charge to yell at. Oof. Rough week. Satisfying acquisition. What do you guys think of the new fortress? Be honest, chat. I think it kind of looks like a submarine. Very fat submarine. It's a little stubby submarine. It's got a little propeller back here, and like, there's where the little thingy would come out to go look, and then that's the direction. It's like the yellow submarine from that movie. To 120 dwarves as a way to work on low-end hardware. Oh no, pre-Steam it was like 30. Ilmir? No, I was it Vansetti? Frequent viewer in why am I blanking on the name of that streamer? Guy with all the goblin emotes. Finnish. You guys know who I'm talking about. I've seen his emotes today, and I'm blanking on the name of that channel. Looks like a mitten? Yeah, kind of, actually. If you turn your head sideways. Haz, yeah, Hazaza. There's an audience member who frequently watches Hazaza, because like time zones don't line up with my stream anymore. But he was playing on a Pentium 2 and had a like population cap of 40, an invasion cap of like 12, and like had it all set up so you could get to Mountain Home at 40 dwarves. It's dancing time. So, like, I don't know. Like, when there's a will, there's a way, right? I guess is the takeaway. You guys know what to do, chat. We get some dancing emotes. Dwarves are partying because finally they get an opportunity to take a break. Because after this party, they're going to need to venture out into the wilderness to start walling off hell. We're going to wall off that, and then leave this one with a gate, I think. Fine dance in the heck, yeah. And then over here, there is another adamantine spire. And over here, there's another adamantine spire. So I could either build stairs up and into those, or I could build, what's the word? Like, down from the top, I guess. Like, channel down into them. Probably build stairs up and into them. And then just channel down and let it flood. Can they leave through hell? Hell's a cavern. So yes, they can leave through hell. If it's the streamer I'm thinking of, he uses Fast Dwarf 2, and most of those dwarves are undead or zombified. If it's the person I'm thinking of. Also, Bod the second died. You died to a demon skirmish which happened, and your corpse is over here somewhere. We'll get you buried maybe, eventually. But yeah, he uses Fast Dwarf too, and has like 6 or 7 FPS, but like, that fort's a unique case. Like, if you're building a fort that big, you know what you're doing. You know that the game ain't gonna run right. Come on, Jeb, we can get some more party emotes. You know what you're doing. You can do better. Yeah, the Cliff meme for YouTube chat was an edit of an XKCD comic about EVE Online, which hilariously enough was the primary game of one Zach Adams at one point, who now just plays chess. But there are some connections to Dwarf Fortress with EVE Online, which is also why Tarn and Zach got invited to the EVE Online Games Conference a couple times. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bootlegger. You like EVE Online? I'm fascinated by EVE Online. I don't play it, though. FanFest. Yes, that's it. Oh, Jesus. I like how me saying, oh, Jesus, was the literal second an ad started. So these are Ember's monsters. Flapping through. This is just going to happen occasionally. I mean, hey, there's always something to learn. It's just like real life. I mean, a beer for the blessed ads and a round of beers for the demons that are currently assaulting the fortress. Well, one of them's down. Our brave dwarf right here just doesn't feel anything after seeing the Ember's demon die. Ember's monster die. I like how this dwarf has 4 total kills. They've killed a white brute, 2 of them, a Haunt of Steam, and now an Ember's monster. Like, Ledoran here, 3 kills, is still a bard. Pour one out for these demons, chat. The question is, will she get another one? It's firing. Oh, there it goes. Falling down into the weird glowy pits of nothing. Got, I think another dwarf coming in. Need more siege operators. Unless they're not here yet. What are you wielding? Chat, imagine being a bookkeeper and just walking around with a training axe because it happens to be made out of, like, artifact grade metals. I think she got 2? Yep, 2 of them. There goes more. Okay. Glorious miss. They come back around. Getting knocked to pieces. There's 2 down. Still got 9,000 bolts left. Gotta do some reloading, I think, on some of these. Just this line of bolts. Wow. wonder. Andesite. There you go. There you go. Basically, I'm trying to set this up so that the only creatures that can really be a threat to us have to be flying. I don't actually know how interesting keeping this fort alive for another 2 or 3 weeks is going to be, like just building a fortress in hell, but it's something I really want to do. So I think this is probably what the next couple weeks, week or two at the very least, is going to be. Building a big tower or construction over here, filling this whole thing in, moving the library down here, moving as many of the temples down here as possible. Like, truly, I think that's going to be a lot of what this stream is for the next little while. But I mentioned this the other day. I'm also very much back in the mood as well to play some Songs of Six. So I think this and Songs of Six is going to be what we're streaming for the next. I think Hammerhead's still alive. Hammerhead was in the starting 7. He was haggard. Nisbet's dead. Shrubbert's still alive. Yeah, so Shrubbert and Hammerhead are still alive. Shrubbert seems to be in a better mental state than Hammerhead. Yep, Hammerhead's kind of upset, and Shrubbert's very happy. So 2 of them. I think Attila's still alive still. Well, you were alive, but you died today then. You died recently, I suppose. Although, admittedly, we've lost like 50 plus dwarves today, so it's not too surprising, actually. You haven't thought about Songs of Six for a while? A lot of people have been pestering me about it recently because it put out a pretty big patch, and that pretty big patch happened to include a free weekend. So I think a bunch of people have played it for the first time recently. Just trying to be smart about this. And then the next thing I'm going to do is go down to the bottom of this, claim all this, and do that. So, if I unpause the game, how many put thing in tomb tasks are about to start? Probably quite a few. Oh, I have 300 hours in it. I kiss Himdar. I'm not going to talk too much about my thoughts on that game, but there are parts of it I really like and parts of it I kind of fucking hate, so I will just disable the parts I don't like. It's one of those games that on paper I should really like, but in reality I'm like, about 70% positive on. I also interviewed the developer way back when. There we go. Getting a lot of new gear out for these soldiers. Also, like, haven't checked at all where there happens to be demons, but they seem to be quiet at the moment. Yeah, we should let them go grab this. Poor dwarf, man. There's enemy. Actually, where exactly is the line here? Basically right there. An armorer has been possessed. Surprise. Stop me if you've heard this one before. All right. What is the purple stuff? It's eerie glowing pits. Anything that falls into them or is thrown into them just vanishes from existence. They're kind of like tears in the fabric of time and space in Dwarf Fort. They're supposedly, according to Dwarf Fortress's lore and older mechanics that have since changed, where the demons come from. You want bones. I'm also going to deconstruct some more of these. Let's turn some of these off and on again. A lot of them just come straight back, which is always interesting. Let's just set these squads to training. Okay, so that's done down there. That's done. This one's almost done. This one's almost done. This is a bit of a risk, but I'm going to do it. Let's go here and claim all these. I've never made any tutorials for Songs of Six, but there's some that exist on the internet at this point. Cheyenne O'Neill. Yeah, these are all the dwarves that are currently putting dwarves in tombs. So let's see how Rook feels about their new task of putting corpses into tombs. Also, Rook is a bloody happy dwarf, let me tell you. Also, this dwarf's name is Truth Roof. I also would like a truth roof over a fake roof. These ones were extraordinarily easy, the bit, as far as demons go. Some of them are kind of a threat, like the hyena brutes are mean. They're like giant demons that breathe fire. Those are super threatening. A a lot of them in this fort, we just got really lucky because they're basically just Forgotten Beasts, right? So they have like essentially, for all intents and purposes, just Forgotten Beast powers and are as varied as Forgotten Beasts. In this world, we just happened to end up in a situation where they're all made of snow, steam, or water. Like 2/3 of them are. There are these ones that are birds that have webs. Those are really threatening, but thankfully there wasn't too many of them. So the majority of them are quite fragile. Some of them like are quite fragile but have stronger weapons, like abilities. So I would argue, largely just got extremely lucky with this Hell invasion. Because like every world generates X number of demon types. And once they're generated, then that's just what that world has. And so they'll either be a huge threat or, you know, just a thing that you have to fight. And like they'll absolutely kill dwarves if they encounter them. Like, do we have any on the map at the moment? We got Ember's demons. Yeah, these are basically just like blobs. These guys, blobs composed of ash, which have deadly spittles. So like in a hand-to-hand fight with an unarmed dwarf or even an armed dwarf, these are a big threat. I mean, this one has killed several of my dwarves. Or rather, one of these killed several of my dwarves right here. But they kind of need to get the jump on the dwarf. If the dwarf is well trained, they could probably take them out. I mean, I had a few miners take out those Ember's demons without too much trouble. So, you know, it's kind of a... We kind of got lucky, is what I would say. I'm going to build a bridge. No, a bridge, bad idea. I'm going to build a floor then. Actually, I'm going to get rid of a bunch of these. We'll worry about this upper one there later. You stuck, dwarf? No, you're not. No, these are 650 HDs. 650s, yes. I don't know why I had to check that. I've had these for 11 years. These were a birthday gift a long time ago. Sure, Attila, certainly. But yeah, obviously not all of them. I'm still not certain how much I actually like that mechanic, but... Yes, we won against the clowns. That's why there's just dwarves walking around in hell like this. If we didn't win, we wouldn't be just walking around in hell. Like, no big deal. Maybe not andesite blocks. Let's use something a little bit gaudy. I'm building a gate in hell. I should make it somewhat. How about brimstone? Chad, how do you guys feel about a brimstone bridge? Or like... I could just make a steel bridge. What do you think, chat? For the door, how about we do steel on one side and brimstone on the other? think that's what we're gonna do. Well, that's interesting. I can't build stairs down onto the level. There's a bunch of shit in the way. That's actually kind of funny. Make it out of silver. Too late. Sorry, but too late. I really want to do something cool with this. I don't know what, but I want to do something cool with it. Just remember, chat, the most popular god in this fortress is the Keeper of Blankets, who we've affectionately nicknamed to the God of Comfy. I just would like to make you all completely acutely aware of that. Outraged at the scarcity of cages. All right, well, I'm not going to give you less scarce cages, but what I will do is I will make this old tavern into a new prison for you there. My poor old Cappy. Complete with the guard raccoon. Not sure what it's overlapping. Oh well. Anyway. Justice. 24 of 16. There are not enough chains and cages. This is outrage. Well, hopefully you'll be satisfied now. Or less pissed off, at least. Oh, it's the tomb in the middle. Duh, yeah, you know, you're right. I completely forgot that was even there. There we go. And we'll build like a tower or something over here. I'm also going to go over to this side and let's grab gem windows. Plunk 2 of those down around that pike. Let's also dig through this over here. If I fortify this, maybe they'll make this safer. Because the water will, or the mist will spray out of this. But down in here, I'm going to plop down some of these. Some blocks. And I will put a lever in here. Oh. Well, that's not good. Chat, there's an apocalypse and we're being judged by the gods, by the way. This is an enslaved ruination. It's an enormous feathered Dimetrodon. It has wings and its movements sound like the rattling of chains. Its chartreuse feathers are long and broad. It was created by the human goddess Tura and is part with thraldom. So the funky thing about these is they're technically neutral until they run into something that is hostile. So I have two options. I can hope nothing fights with it. Just let it, you know, flap away. Or I could fight with it and hope to kill it. I'm just gonna see if it leaves the map. What did I do to make the gods judge you? I disturbed this human god creature thingy. Clearly. I mean, a war dog would attack it. But, like, if it goes up, maybe I could lock it outside. Just let it go deal with the manta rays and things. Not to be confused with the Fanta rays, you know. This gate is completely redundant now. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do you think we got this? Do you think we got this? Do cave dragons that get... Okay, I'm trying to read this sentence. Chat, help me out here. This is from the YouTube chat, and it's a $2 super, or it's a £2 super chat. Do save dragons get drunk and mega beasts? Anybody have any idea what they're trying to say? Thanks for the twofer. I have zero semblance as to what you're trying to communicate to me, friend. Do cave dragons and mega beasts get drunk in Dwarf Fortress? Not really. I guess is the only answer I got there. There's gotta be more than one dwarf in this squad. Where's the rest of them? What if I put you back here? thought it would try to rampage through your fort. There's a bug with these things because they're technically in their own faction. Because these are archangels or archdemons, depending on its alignment. So historically in game, they're quite important critters. But because they are technically their own faction, their alignment can get a little weird. Kiddo, what are you doing? Oh my god, he's going for a toy. That's kind of incredible. Yeah, quite literally, I was going for a toy boat. That's kind of amazing. Yeah, this is one of those bugs where, like, I'm mixed on. Like, I don't mind it. But at the same time, I kind of wish it didn't work this way. Come on. Come back around. That would be a real bad time for a demon to actually flap in on the basement. I just want you to come back around the corner. It's like it knows. Here we go. Bolts are flying. Toasted the recruit is the brave dwarf to start. And hasn't hit a bolt yet, so it hasn't decided to become hostile yet. He has to nail a shot. Which he hasn't yet. You're gonna hit him. There you go. Okay, well, rest in peace, Tosid. You were a brave creature. And now we send it in. All the bolts start flying. The Spearmaster collides, stabbing the creature in the head. I'm also going to stop firing the catapults because I don't want to friendly fire my dwarves. And there it goes. I think that was a pretty safe trade. Tosid the Brave. I shall engrave an image of you on the floor right here so that I can read your name and it's convenient. R-A-S-H. Death rings. Was born in the year 234 as the youngest son of Dodok and Erush Geared Late. I'm just going to forbid this because I want to butcher it. Why is the blood white? Because it has ichor. Some creatures have blue blood. Some creatures have purple blood, although you don't see that super often. And some creatures have white blood. These creatures have white blood. It's pretty common for both insects and like angels and gods, is they don't have like normal blood. We shall remember this place where the brave dwarf fought the great beast. Little memorial was made. Let's see if we can butcher this sucker. And there should be one tomb task happening. Nope. Cool. Well, we can give you a little tomb right here. There are gods and angels, and you can kill both of them. Technically, that was a god. Oh, wow. Rather, it was an archangel, which was created by a god. Let's see how much meat it has. So we went from 1,461 meat to... We have to wait for them to do the recounts. Plus 218. Nice, to 1,747. Good stuff. And this dwarf, who's making an artifact right now, just grabbed all of its 140 bones. There's gotta be something else we can butcher here. No, really? Can't butcher its feet? Oh, that's Toasted's feet. Never mind. If they're in a cage, click on this little whistle button. Click on train. And then once they're trained, search by cage in this screen, and they'll pop up as butcherable. You can't butcher them until they're trained. I don't think you'd see a god most likely in your fortress. I know the demonic overlords, which are technically gods, dig their way out. But the archangel, yeah, you could trap it. They're basically like just another forgotten... They're a bigger forgotten beast. Yeah, otherwise they just fight you when you release them from cages. Jess? But chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? For that great dwarf who laid down their life for the opportunity to duel a god. And win, frankly. You know, I didn't expect this to become a hell fort. When I started this fort, I was like, yeah, we're going to play with the ocean for a bit and then invade the goblins. And then I was like, I mean, the goblins haven't attacked us yet, so like, why don't we start digging? It's like oddly pacifist of me. It's like, why not? Why not? I mean, who wouldn't swig a little cartoon PNG of a dwarf? And there they go. Right here, we can dig all this out. And I'm going to go right to here. Place a lever. This is probably going to end up being somebody's office. I don't know if I trust this. Yes, the Siege update definitely changed whatever behind-the-scenes scripts makes them attack you. Which actually makes me think if there might be like something bugged out with the like frequency of sieges or like the scouting groups or something. Something does seem off. I agree, Bondal. Armorer has created a Lycid Lertrish, a jagged adamantine lowboot, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I kind of don't care because it's jagged. Strange place we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. That I'm interested in. A large, intricate, multicolored metal low boot. And large, intricate, multicolored metal low boot. Okay. And then you right here. Let's just fortify this. Don't fortify those, just that. So we'll get to find out what's on the other side of that in a moment. Dig through these. Check the stone for heat. What devilry is? Psh! Great. I don't see me saving that dwarf. You're just dead. Rest in peace, Rovod. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's a shame. For a second there, I thought it also set those gems on fire, and I was about to be really annoyed. Imagine you're these dwarves, and they're just, like, mining through this, like, chunk of rock, and then they just hear, like, a squeal or something, and then they just see a pickaxe on the ground. It's like, man, what happened to you? I don't know, anyway. That's for diorite. Let's just put diorite there instead of quartzite. It kind of is just a Looney Tunes bit. At least a lot of this stuff just kind of ends up being Looney Tunes bits. But yeah, no, I think you're on point, Bondal. I feel the same thing. I do feel the same. So if a dwarf is on fire, fun fact, and lava mist, or it's not lava mist, water mist goes over their head, it will actually extinguish the fire. Just, you know, in case you were unaware. Dwarven rum roast. Duck egg, dwarven rum, superiorly minced duck egg, and finely minced blue peahen egg. So it's rum and eggs. Not sure how I feel about that. That sounds kind of unappetizing to me, but what do I know about dwarven cuisine? Clearly not much. Solid eggnog. Baked eggnog. Is that what you're just trying to say? Guess I could see that. Well, still a lot more adamantine digging to go. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, did I lose 2 in that? I guess I must have. Your last name was what? M? Rovod M. And Maffle AM. It's an eggnog, like an eggnog quiche. I don't... You know, I won't knock it till I try it, but that's not the least appetizing meal that I've seen the dwarves make. Oh. Here we go again. Great. And Adil is the other dwarf who caught fire. What's your last name? O-N. And some more migrants have arrived. The years keep coming and the dwarves don't stop coming. Chat room, it's Boxing Day, at least where I live. And I'm hungry. I did eat a really big breakfast today. I had a turkey dinner sandwich. But I've got to say that let's run through the events that have happened today, okay? I didn't see the second pick, Jay. But we almost flooded the fortress, fought like 4 Forgotten Beasts back-to-back, lost a good chunk of my military, finished the Hell Invasion, and now we're at the point where, unironically, there are a bunch of demons over there. That's scary. What are these? Chameleon demon. These are an enormous feathered chameleon, twisted into humanoid form. They squirm and fidget, and its eyes glow ultramarine. Its feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison bite. I haven't seen those before. Those are new to me. But they are on foot. And all of the foot entrances, outside of them climbing my walls, which they could very much do if they wanted, are not accessible to them, so that's good. As you can see, we are slowly walling this up. And then this right here needs to be grabbed this. Go thunk. And go thunk. But anyways, that's not good. Is there still lava coming down in here? Okay, that's really funny. All of my stairs are now obsidian. There's still a way in and out there. But that's really funny. I have to rebuild my stairs. But anyway, we have truly begun construction on a hell fort. Praise the fortress, chat. There's a long way to go yet. But hopefully it's uphill from here. Or not as much uphill from here, is I guess what I'm trying to say. And we're back up to 181 dwarves. I think it's time to call it for the day, chat. I'm going to go into Christmas mode now, like a little bit of holiday mode. I did take yesterday off, but this weekend I'm going to do as little of value as possible. My plan is to do a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff this weekend, namely taxes. But I will be back on Tuesday. Maybe Monday if I feel it, but most likely Tuesday. And the plan for next week is going to be more of this fort. We're going to be building this fortress in hell. And alongside of building a fortress in hell, we are going to be playing some Songs of Six. Because I've got the itch. So we'll play some Songs of Six at some point next week. I hope that you all had a lovely holiday, chat. And I do want to say a huge thank you to those of you who've tuned in the past few streams. There's been a ton of support at the end of the month here, and it means a lot. I'm very much looking forward to New Year's. I will be streaming on New Year's, so you will get a New Year's Eve stream. It's one of my favorite days to stream of the year. Might do some weird things that day. We'll see. Probably be the normal stuff, but highly depends on how I feel. And yeah, I think at some point in January, either the second or third week, I will take a week off streams and just fucking power edit some videos. The last time I did that, I made the vampire video and the scariest thing in Dwarf video. So I will likely try and do something similar. But aside from that, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Oh, also, before I vanish, I will say, if you haven't, sign up for my newsletter, because on New Year's Eve, I will be doing the next drawing for the next, what's it called? Pre-order of the Adventure Mode soundtrack, which I provided some art for. And they've given me 3 pre-orders to give away to you folks, as well as a copy for myself. So if you want to enter for a chance to win that, you can join the sweepstakes by simply just like joining my blog, which is free. It's just an email address is all it needs, and keep an eye out for an email from me. If I pull your name from the hat, then you will receive a free pre-order for the record of the Adventure Mode soundtrack. And if you don't have a record player, it's just a cool thing to put on your wall. But YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you on Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Alrighty, Twitch chat, you guys ready to go raid somebody? First off, I got something very important to ask you. Give me a rating out of 10. I'd love to know what you thought of today's stream. I feel like I did a terrible job. I thought my mood was horrible all day, but if you guys enjoyed it, I'd like to know. Or if you hated it, yeah, be honest. I'm gonna grab a marker and plunk it down into the chat so I know where to cut the VOD for later. And I got somebody that we can go yell at who's just starting their stream, which is perfect. Let me go grab the raid music. I gotta walk across the room to get it.